to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it's wonderful to have your company today. I've got my little autumn sweater on. I'm feeling a little bit autumn now. Sweater weather. Love it. I love it. And it's great to have your company as well. We've got a packed morning here on Sewing Street with a plethora of fabulous guests. But we're going to start, as always, with our early bird. Now then, our early bird is something that surely appeals to every sewer, every quilter, every patchworker, every crafter. It's our very, very, very popular Fat Quarter mystery bundles. Now, our mystery designer Fat Quarter bundle is a pack of 5 fat quarters. So you're getting 1 metre and 1/4 of fabric there. Now, this is just the most amazing opportunity to build up your stash, to get some fresh fabrics, maybe some fabrics that you've already got in your stash that you want more of. I mean, you never know until the package turns up, but that's 3/4 of the fun. I love that. And they are all designer fat quarters. Now it should be £3.79 per fat quarter, but we're going to drop the price. Our early bird price today is absolutely fabulous. You're going to love this. We're dropping the price to £11.99. That makes each fat quarter about £2.20. £2.39. Now I've got some various different fat quarter bundles in front of me here. Yours could be these, it could be something completely different, but all of them designer. So this is a fun one. We've got ladybirds on top of check. That's really cute. I want to make maybe a little tea cozy with that, little quilted tea cozy. We've got some Emily Bell from Liberty. There, that's lovely, a bit of Liberté. Less than £2.40 per fat quarter for Liberté. That's pretty fabulous, isn't it? Then I absolutely love that. That's a lovely bit of Moda there. Bit of Hatched and Patched, Amy Downs, love that. And then a little bit of William Morris, gorgeous. See, love that little selection there. That's a little project in its own. It's you can split these apart. Of course, if you multi-buy, lots of you multi-buying, great way to then mix and match, rearrange your bundles. Every single one of you that's checked out so far this morning has multi-bought. It's a great opportunity because you're paying less than £2.40. I think, is it £2.39? £2.39? £2.39 a fat quarter. Absolutely brilliant. Now let's have a look at another little bundle here. So we've got some more Liberty there. Very nice. What about using these to make little gift bags or little pouches for gifting? Love that. That's gorgeous. Really love that. There's a little bit of Moda there. That's from French General. Yeah. 5 little projects. You can do a lot with the fat quarter, especially if you then dip into your scraps as well and the fabrics you've already got at home, and then supplement and just, maybe add a little bit of piping. Now this next little bundle, I'm going to grab this bundle. I've changed my mind because this one is just beautifully put together. I love this. Got this little kind of peachy background with little florals and hearts and stars and dots. Nice bit of digital printing there from Dan. It's Dan Morris, thank you. Love this one. You know me, I do love a bear. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Again, bit of French General there from Moda, bit of Tula. When we say these are designer fat quarter mystery bundles, we're not kidding, It's all our favourite designers. Absolutely superb. Now this next one, bit of fun here. Who's for popcorn? Oh. Now I've got to ask, I haven't introduced you yet, Sandra, but are you a sweet or a salty when it comes to popcorn?
Sweet when I could eat it.
Sweet?
Yeah.
Oh, is
can't
it not
eat it.
gluten free? Oh
no. No. What? No. I used to like it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely very sweet when it comes to popcorn. You can apparently get mixed bags, which I find personally repulsive.
No.
Although I do like a handful of salted peanuts and a piece of chocolate at the same time. Just ram it all in. This is cute. Look. Who's that? You know who that is. Cute. Oh, and a little bit there of Japanese taupe. For less than $2.40 per fat quarter. Be quick on your checkouts, won't you? We are going to sell out of this, I'm pretty sure. Few good mornings, Anne. Morning, Stuart. Looking very svelte, lovely man. Cute, it's the sweater. Philippa, good morning, Stuart. Lovely to see your lovely smile this morning. Hope your day is a good one. Bought myself the mystery fat quarters in the past. Never had a bundle that I could use. Won't buy any more. Good luck if you order. Well, you know, it's always in the you know what you get. You know, it's always different. Good morning, Stuart and Sandra and all the crew. That's from Chris, who's in Greater Manchester.
Oh, morning, Chris.
Morning. Now, let's do the menu for today and see what is coming up. Now then, introducing at 8 a.m. Santangle with Sandra Rushton. I am so excited about the shows today. Absolutely fantastic. We're going to be santangling throughout the morning and learning how, Sandra's assured me, how easy, how achievable. We're going to pick this up in minutes, not weeks or months.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can do this.
You agree. You
Absolutely,
told me. You
we can
told
do
me.
this.
I'm stoked to learn how to do this. I just think it looks amazing and so versatile. Same stencil on the left, same stencil on the right. Look at those different effects. Beautiful. Now then, at 9 o'clock, we've got the Collage Rooster wall hanging with Delphine Brutz. Already many of you checking out on this. It's absolutely gorgeous. That is the base panel. And you are then going to add collage fabrics to the rooster to create your own version. What a magnificent project that is. Great fun. So that's at 9. And then at 10, Sandra is back with more santangling. Now, the first hour with Sandra, we're going to go sort of right back to basics and learn the basic principles of santangling and how we can integrate it into our sewing projects. Our quilts, cushions, home decor, clothing and quilts.
Yes.
Amazing projects, amazing inspiration. And you could be doing something like this within hours of getting your stencils and your pens home. But look at that. It's incredible. Absolutely beautiful. Imagine, you know, combining that with some piecing, some simple frames, quilting it, maybe adding some embellishments as well, some hand quilting, some beading. Some rhinestoning.
Absolutely.
Love a rhino stone. Gorgeous. And then at 11 a.m. we are going back to the Battle of Britain with Delphine with a fabulous wall hanging and cushion inspiration panel. So some really cool projects here. I love this, to commemorate and to remember the Battle of Britain and to celebrate, you know, those wonderful heroes and heroines from the Second World War. And we've also got some fantastic photos of Delphine when she was in the Air Force. So that'll be worth sticking around for. She's amazing. We love her. Now then, at 12 o'clock, we have got a roundup of lots and lots of different Delphine Brooks kits. Patterns, inspiration, panels. So if you've ever missed out in the past on one of Delphine's fabulous projects, stick around. We've got a great morning for you. Now, currently, the Highland Cow, her very famous Highland Cow, is not on pre-order. We're working on that, so keep checking back and I'll let you know as soon as it becomes available on the website, don't worry. So that is our morning. Now, don't forget to keep going through for your fabulous fat quarter bundle. Remember, it's a real mixture. You're going to use this to supplement your stash, build it, add some variety. Should be $18.99. You're just going to pay $11.99 today. That's £2.39 per fat quarter. Sheila's got a great question. To the studio, hi all, can you tell me what size is a fat quarter, please? That's a brilliant question. So a fat quarter is approximately 18 inches by 21 inches. So if you imagine it's like a half metre cut. So that's where your sort of 18 or so inches comes from. And then it's split down the middle from selvage to selvage. So you get half of a half metre. So that's your 21. Really, really useful size, particularly for quilters, home deck, bag making, that sort of thing. Lovely bit of Tula there while we were at it. It's
lovely, isn't it? I love that colour.
Cool. You could combine this really nicely with santangling,
You
couldn't
could,
you?
yes.
See, listen to me, I'm already
You're
getting
there.
inspired. All right, let's have a quick look at the website and see how you can get involved this morning, because we'd love your questions. Go to www.sewingstreet.com, and then once you're there, click on watch live, and there we are, live as you like. Now then, you will see a little get in touch, hello you, or if you scroll down, you'll see the early bird there first of all, and then you'll see 2 columns. One is our Today Show Deals, which is everything that's played, and then pre-order. If you click on pre-order, that's how you can get ahead. If perhaps you want to get your sandtangling stencils and pens in right now, so you can sit back and enjoy Sandra's demos. Hop onto the website, order yours, and check out, and then you're sorted. Remember, you only pay 1 P&P, so $3.95. Whatever you buy, whether you're buying the rooster panel, whether you're buying a fat quarter bundle or a few of those, a sewing machine, it doesn't make any difference. You only pay 1 P&P for the entire day. Look at all those gorgeous things coming up. Absolutely fab. All right, okay. So that's how you can get in touch. Now, just before I meet Sandra, I just want to say, if you've done sandtangling, if you've done tangling, either on paper or on fabric or however you've used it, please send in some pictures, because this is a whole new world for me. I can already feel myself getting sucked down the rabbit hole, Sandra. So please send your pictures to studio@sewingstreet.com. All right, now then, we're going to meet Sandra in just a second. Let me show you the all-important things that we've got in the first hour. So first of all, the real kind of magic, and do you know what? I love it when the magic comes from something as simple, as humble, as seemingly innocent as a pen. Okay, but this is where it all starts. So this is the Sanntangle fine line pen. That's the fine one, isn't it?
03, yes.
03, perfect. So this is your fine line. Now this is archival ink. This is a very fine tip. This is going to be absolutely perfect on fabric. So don't try and use, Sandra's the expert, but don't try and use a regular fine tipped ink pen. It will bleed. You can use this Sanntangle pen on fabric. It won't bleed. It's not going to travel. You can wash it. You can use it. So it's perfect for Sanntangling on fabric to create bags, cushions, table runners, quilts, and this is going to last. This is fabric safe, so it's not going to damage the integrity of the fabric. And of course, you can also use these for things like creating quilt labels. So they're also a great buy anyway. And also if you're a doll maker or you want to add inked details to things like Baltimore album appliques, these are also perfect for that. Now, over a quarter of the stock has gone already. You're going to need to be very, very quick with these pens. They are where the magic happens.
They are.
That's such an affordable way to get involved with a brand new craft.
Do you know, tangling is a very affordable way of crafting. You use very, very little equipment, and it's not a new craft. It's something you integrate with what you already do, honestly.
That's a really good point, Sandra.
Is, yeah.
And by the way, everybody, Sandra Rushton.
Morning!
It's Mrs. Sanntangle. I'm so thrilled to meet you at last.
Thank you.
I've heard so much about you from my lovely friend, our lovely friend Pauline Wheeler.
Oh, yeah, Paul,
we were talking about you yesterday.
Yes. Love it.
Getting super excited about today.
Yeah.
But I'm going to come back to you in a second,
sure.
and I want to know all about Sanntangling.
You're going to have a go.
Now, our other pen that we've got is the 08, thank you. The 08. This is a thicker nib, isn't it?
Yes.
You're kidding me. Okay, so I got that completely wrong. I thought it was $3.99 per pen. You get both?
Both pens, yeah, you need both, to be fair.
I know, but $3.99 each,
Yeah,
Sandra. But
you
no,
need them.
$3.99 for both.
Yes.
That's awesome. Okay, mind officially blown. All right, it doesn't take much these days. Let's go on to the stencils. Now, these again have absolutely blown my mind this morning, because some of them are what I expect and some of them are not what I expect. Should we start with Say It With Flowers? Let's start with Say It With Flowers. So just to give you a very, very quick this is one bit of one stencil on this, but I just want to show you the versatility of these stencils at $14.99. You can create outlines to stitch, you can create outlines to applique, you can create outlines that you then sandtangle, that you colour, that you ink.
Yeah.
You could use crayons, you could use pencils that are all fabric safe. My mind is whirring right now of what you could do. Now then, the actual stencil that you get, let me show you this. Now it's mounted onto blue card so that you can see all the different shapes. So you've got all of these different petal shapes, these kind of base shapes. There's an absolute, just a legion of ways that you can use these little dots, this kind of spiral effect. I'm already thinking sunflowers and
Absolutely.
Chrysanthemums and peonies, and just gorgeous. And then, very importantly, you get effectively your own little course in sandtangling with this stencil. Say it with flowers, stencil for tangling, and then within that you've got absolutely tons of designs. This is just to get you started, because the minute you start sort of exploring your creativity, you're there, aren't you? But this makes it so achievable, because the thing that most of us say, and I'm one of them, is I can't draw.
Yes, I get that ever such a lot.
Yeah, I can't draw.
Yeah.
But actually, give me a base shape.
That's the thing. You get a little bit of structure and a little bit of a helping hand with the instructions, and honestly, those are achievable.
It's just amazing, and it's a combination of that stencil, the instructions inside, and of course you can use this on paper, but what we're really talking about today is using these designs on fabric, which is so exciting. Now our second stencil is called Butterfly Flower, and again, absolutely gorgeous. Now, loads of different elements there. And think of these as elements that you can use for applique, free motion quilting, inking, use them on book jackets, bowls, baskets, cushions, quilts. What about tableware, napkins at a wedding?
Anything that you want to use
Wouldn't
them
that be
for.
gorgeous?
It'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? And it's unique to you, because every single time you draw something, you're drawing it. I'm not giving you something to just draw around. I'm actually giving you something that you create, your own butterfly.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not a book on how to draw butterflies, because I'd still be intimidated by that.
Not at all.
It's saying here are the base shapes,
and this I'm going to show you how to use them. Absolutely.
It makes it so achievable. And think about how you could integrate it into quilts and bags, cushions, all those different projects. Again, you're getting all of those elements on the stencil. I'm very intrigued, by the way, about the diamond. Some of the shapes are ones I'm expecting, like the wings, but some of them I'm thinking, okay, interesting. I'm also thinking as well, these could be adapted to create other winged insects as well, or
of course,
even flowers.
Even flowers, absolutely.
Am I on the right
Dragonflies,
wavelength?
you could actually get a dragonfly out of there as well.
For sure. And then full instructions, of course, on how to use the stencils and how to create. Now, you said to me before the show, Sandra, you can learn to do this in minutes.
Yes.
I'm healthily skeptical.
Okay.
Because I know about my abilities.
All
but
right.
Sandra, first of all, tell me, how did you get drawn into tangling?
Goodness
what is
me,
it?
I've always done it without knowing. We all doodle.
Okay.
We all sort of on the phone sit and swirls. I swirl. You can tell. Look, I'm swirling already. Or draw lines and little grids. And the focus there is what's going on the phone and not what you're drawing. What we've done here, we've switched it, so we focus more on the doodling and less on what's going on around. So you've got this real sort of relaxation going on with it, but we keep it very, very simple. And each of these simple little lines or strokes makes something bigger, makes something more beautiful, more detailed. And honestly, it's in the showing. So
show.
Yeah.
So can we just have a quick look? Can I come over?
You can come on
Can we have a
over,
little look
just
at
watch the irons on,
your sketchbook, because this is mind
Of course,
blowing.
yes. Now you're going to look at this and you're going to think, no way, there's no way I can do this, honestly. But again, I'm going to show you how to do it, so step by step. So here we go. I mean, this one's on later.
This one we've got later at the 10 o'clock show.
Yeah, yeah. This one we have actually, it's a hand drawn there, but we have actually embroidered that one. It's beautiful.
Amazing.
So you see all these wonderful little versions. This is one of the newest stencils. Look at this.
Gorgeous.
You can applique this, and this could be freehand. You've got these lovely little leaves coming on.
Well, I'm thinking about things like clothing as well. Can you imagine embellishing the back of a jacket with this, something or like the lapels or something like that, or adding elements?
Oh, so many things. Yeah, look, this is a work in progress. But again, you can do
that is
different
amazing.
versions. Again, another work in progress. Well, look at the moth.
But these could all be done on fabric.
They could all be done on fabric. I mean, you can see applique there, freehand, and even you could actually thread ribbon.
Yeah, you could.
Through that if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could.
And again, like, I mean, that's a pencil drawing, but again, you could actually applique this or add extra bits and pieces on. This is
it strikes me, Sandra, that if you've ever looked at things like embroideries, machine embroidery, and how that gets integrated into quilting, but that seems a bit removed from what you do as a craftsperson, and you want to be involved in every stage. This is where you can actually sit down, have great fun creating that panel and then integrate it into a quilt.
This is what Adam did. Adam that was on yesterday. He was in the green room the other week, and I was like, have a go, and that's what he drew.
And that was his first go?
That was his first go, yeah. I drew him a bubble, big circle there, and he actually, little circle, and he did that.
So you provided a bit of structure?
Yeah, I just gave him a couple of shapes and off he went. So yeah,
that could be you at home.
There's our butterfly, look, on parchment.
Parchment.
Our little keyholes, that's the original.
Amazing.
It's a practice one. But so many things you can do with it, and these are just beautiful.
And of course as well, Sandra, I'm thinking that we can practice this on paper first.
Yes.
Do we still use the pens for that, or
do you know what I've actually got here? Oh, there's that bird again. I've got these erasable pens. Yeah. And if I actually just take that off for a second, you could try straight onto your fabric, because obviously this is what you want to work on. Paper's great, use paper to start with, but if you can draw a wavy line, if you can draw something a bit straighter, or if you can draw a curve or a bubble, you can do it. And the beauty of this is, of course, you can rub it out.
You can.
So, absolutely. And then let's take it a step further. So let's draw a swirl. Now, some of these things we mentioned this morning, you might actually find these already in quilting.
Yeah, for sure. Feathers,
so these
vermicelli.
kind of things you'd find already. So let's move on and let's draw a curl and another curl. Let's put little bobbles at the end. Let's do a little curve and a curve. And then a loop either side.
And of course that's already looking to me like a quilting design.
That's a tangle, isn't it?
Loving
That's
it.
exactly what it is. So again, we could add little bubbles around here if we wanted to. What about little leaves? We could draw two little curves. Curve on the top. And then coming from this bit here, we can come round and around.
Oh, I say, yes.
There's your leaf. You'll try?
Yeah. Oh, gosh, really?
Yeah.
Don't trust me.
Yeah, right. Should we do it together? So
Let's
you're going
do it together.
Two curves like that.
Okay, so two curves.
Okay, so we'll do on the bottom here, we'll do a little curve that way, like a smile. And then we're going to come from this point around. And then same on the other side, this point around. There's your leaf.
I did it!
There's your leaf.
I did it!
It is as crazy simple as that.
Look, I'm already embellishing.
And there we go. So we can have little
oh, I've started.
swirls around.
I've gone rogue. I've gone rogue. I've gone rogue. I've gone rogue. Look.
But that's the beauty of it. There's no right or wrong. You don't have to follow the instructions.
Oh gosh,
exactly.
I'm loving this already.
You can do your own thing with it.
Oh
Look
yes.
At this.
Am I a Zentangler now?
You're a tangler already.
Hey, I love it. I love it. That is easy.
It's as easy as that.
Now that fabric.
Yes.
is just a cotton fabric.
Cotton fabric, yes.
Bit of interfacing on the back.
I've put a little bit of soft interfacing on the back.
Perfect.
You don't have to, but it just gives it a little bit more stability.
Now, can we just see the different effect using your pens on the
Yes,
fabric?
of course. I'm just going to rub
This
that.
is fine. This is all that was my best work, Sandra. What are you doing with your iron?
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna move that to one side. I'll just
Okay.
bring in a little bit of this. So here we
Because
go.
you know, I think about my sewing box at home, and I've got friction pens, I've got blue marker pens, I've got felt tip pens, and varying degrees of success. But none of them I would want to draw on fabric and
No,
ink.
I know what you mean. If I just put a couple of little lines on here with my erasable pen, this is what we use to draw around the stencils onto fabric. Okay. And then we've got two different thicknesses. And it's quite clear when you look at it there. You can see one's very much thicker than the other. This one I tend to use for filling in and drawing sort of, if I want thicker lines, doing something bigger, but mostly I'm going to use the 03. And then what I would do here is I would perhaps say, right, okay, I like that shape, so I'm going to follow that shape round. See, this one, maybe not so much, so I can come in and I can amend that. But the idea is I've actually got that shape to sort of follow, haven't I? Same with this one. And the same with this one. So again, I'm just sort of making amendments as I go there. And then we could come on in. Let's put a couple of little curls in here. They see I have light pressure on this. I'm not trying to really press on because, well, it's got no interfacing on for a start, but you just want to take your time with it and let the pen do the work, so you don't need to be pressing it in at all.
Okay.
And just take your time with it, and it'll flow and allow you to create these marks.
And if we want a thicker, bolder line?
Yeah, thicker, bolder line, we could go over, or we could come in with this one. So let's just bring in, so see how much thicker that is, and we can sort of go a little bolder there. Let's bring this one round, put a little hat on it.
Oh, it's cute, I like that.
Yeah. So let's do on this side as well, a little bobble, and bring it round. And then along we go, little hat again. So you see you're getting a slight thickness. It's not too thick that you can't work with it, but it gives you something. And then if we remove the erasable.
Oh, look at that, look at that.
There's your little design, which then you either stitch, you can colour over. But I have tried these pens in the wash.
Yeah.
This is my scrap piece. Here we go. So look, my 08 pen, my 03, I've got a couple others there that I've tried, but you can see here that it has been in the wash a couple of times now, and my pen's still there.
Well, this is amazing.
Moved.
There's no bleeding at all.
No.
Really still beautifully
it's still
sharp.
there, isn't it? Which is lovely. So, yeah, I mean, you don't wash everything, do you? But if you do, you want to make sure it's good to know.
Absolutely.
But that's its simplest form, and it's easy to show than to actually try and explain it.
Really fab, lovely message. I santangle my towels when I get them. My toiles, I beg your pardon. I santangle my toiles when I get them the right fit. I love individual clothes.
Oh,
I've made and
fantastic.
ordered some fabric pens to add to my designs.
Excellent.
Thanks for that, Julie.
Excellent. Yeah, brilliant.
Now, the fabric pens may well sell out this hour. We will try and work out how to get more in for the second hour. They're proving really, really popular. $3.99, not for one, as I thought, but for both of them, the 03 and the 08.
Absolutely. You need both, to be fair. So
Yeah, I totally get that. I totally get that.
Yes.
So, tell me about the stencils
Right.
and how do we use them? How do they work?
Okay. So when you first get your stencil, the whole point is I don't want to give you a flower to draw around, as we've mentioned. I want you to have possibilities. So this doesn't just do what's in the instructions. You can then go ahead and create your own. So if I actually look at the instructions, the first thing you need to know is in the front here, I've actually given you numbers for your stencil. You must make sure that you number this the same, because all the instructions then will use these. Okay,
Gotcha.
make sense?
So could we use the pen on the stencil itself?
No, you can't use these pens, because what will happen is, because they're slightly, because this is plastic, you're going to find it'll rub off.
Gotcha.
So you want something like a Sharpie.
Like a Sharpie,
Something
okay,
like that's
fair
going to
enough.
hold that on.
Yeah.
So you number your stencil, and then the first thing you're going to do is, right, okay, what am I going to do? I've given you 4 different designs here. First one, very easiest thing, I'm going to even move on from that. So I think we're going to try this one.
Amazing.
So you see here, I know, look at this. It starts here, look, with one shape. You see I've put a line down. And it says, look, using a pencil, but in this case, what we would do is we would actually use our erasable pens
Yep.
to draw the stencil shape loop number 22. So here we go. 22 I know is this one here. So if I'm going to stick with my red erasable because then I'm going to draw in black later. And where am I going to have it? Let's put it here. So I'm going to draw around it. Okay, I'm just going to use the end of the stencil. I'm just going to give myself a mark there. Just want to know where the middle is.
Okay.
Yeah. So then let's do another one. Now I've got 5 sort of shapes there, but again you can come in and you can use, actually let's have a look. I'm going to draw that straight in pen.
Oh, you're just going to go for it?
Yeah, the first one I'm going to do in erasable because I want it to sort of overlap. But these ones, let's just come straight in pen.
Okay.
Of course, if you need a little bit more confidence, that's fine. You see what I'm doing each time? I'm matching it up to that line that I started, and each one's sort of going under the other. There we go. So lining it up again. Look.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I looked at them because of course you're not overlapping them now. It's like they're underlapped, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I'm just going to start it here and over, which is why I did the first one in erasable. Because now if I come on in, lost my shape there, and put this one in. There we go. So if I then just get rid of that.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
See, so I've got my little flower there. So moving on, we've got some other shapes. I'm going to use this little one here. Now again, I'm sort of going off piece a little bit. I'm getting to this sort of shape, but you'd sort of follow the instructions here.
Yeah, you
so
can
I've done
follow the
first
instructions
one.
to the letter, can't you, if you want?
Of course you can, and you're going to get that design. Or something similar, you're never going to get exactly the same. So there we go, there's our little bud.
So that's a lovely bud, but I'm also thinking already, but look, this is also a tulip,
Absolutely.
a sort of stylised folk art tulip, and I'm thinking then about using that as an embroidery design.
Exactly. So let's use the same one. I'm going to just bring in some little leaf shapes, because of course they don't have to just be petals, they can be leaves. And again, if you're not so sure, you can come in and you can draw this in your erasable pen. And you can sort of see where you're headed with that. Let's put a few in. Okay, so that's our sort of, doesn't look like much at the minute, but we get in there.
It's a structure, it's a base.
It certainly is. So if I put a little curve on the bottom there, and I'm just going to bring a line up. There we go, so we join that one to there. And again, we don't have to do lines, we could do little swirls, our little S's.
That's cute.
Look at that. So again, thinking you could machine that if you wanted to, so it joins. Same here.
Well, that's right, and I'm thinking as well you could add some applique fabrics to some of those parts. You could do machine embroidery, you could use the decorative stitches on your machine.
All sorts of things, absolutely. Let's put a couple of little flicks in here. See, it's almost looking a little bit pansy-like then, wasn't it?
Yeah. A message for you. I can't draw, but I'm always doodling, so this appeals to me.
Yes.
Can't wait for my pens and stencil to come to have a go. That's from Andrea, who's in the Highlands.
Oh, brilliant.
I think it's brilliant. It's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes. I'm so excited to see other people having a go and trying it, because there's some different things that come out of this. And let's have a look at this top section here. We've got, if I show you this one, we've got these sort of little bubbles coming off.
Like blossoms. Or
so let's draw a couple of lines there and add a little bubble on the top.
Now while you do that, I just need to let you know at home the pen bundle has sold out. However, check this out on screen now, different numbers, but these are for an extra 100 sets that we've managed to get available. We've already now only got 80 left of that new stock, so there are lots of you who are sitting literally ordering as the words come out of my mouth. You didn't miss out, you can still get the pens, but you will need to be quick.
Yeah. See,
and in that time you've done that.
I've done a few of those, yeah, but you see here, look, I've got like a little, you know, we used to draw birds when we were little.
Okay.
Yeah, birds like that.
Yes, oh, like that.
Yeah, you can draw those.
Oh, okay.
In there.
See, I like that because that gives me something to think of, that I'm drawing that.
Yeah,
give me a blank sheet of paper and say draw a flower, and I can't do it.
So if we actually work on that, and I'll bring in the one that I've done a bit more work on, because I know we're
But this is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I mean, can we just acknowledge in literally a couple of minutes with the stencil, it is beautiful. And I'm literally over thinking, I want to do that now.
It's achievable, isn't it? And it's a couple of minutes.
It's amazing. This is the stencil called Say It With Flowers. It's $14.99. Now this you've used as a sort of quilting design.
I have, yeah. I wanted to show you that there's different things you can do, and of course I would probably do all this before stitching it together, but I just wanted you to see where it would head. So here, look, I've machine stitched my little leaf stems there. I've done a little bit of quilting around it, got my flower in my leaves. I've actually started with some of the leaves here, so rather than, let's have a look, I'm going to come in this way. I'm going to draw those little bubbles, sort of like little loop shapes within each of those leaves. And again, it doesn't matter if you don't get the same amount on each side. You're just going to fill that shape in. And then whether you use this same pen or whether you come in with your 08, I'm going to fill in those little sections there.
And of course you're in control of how much or how little you fill in, aren't you? You can have it quite
yes.
light and soft, or dark and bold.
Exactly, and if you don't want to use a black pen, there are other pens, and you can bring colour in and things like that. I'm just going to do this one here, then we'll add some more of those little loops. You can sort of see where it's heading then. So there, and to this one.
Very achievable.
Little loops, and again, they don't have to be exactly perfect, because none are. I mean, as people, we're not perfect and we're all different, so
Absolutely.
It stands to reason, doesn't it, that everything we draw.
Oh, I love an organic shape, Sandra.
Oh, absolutely.
I've built a career on them. But designing appliques and quilts,
absolutely.
I never applique straight lines, my goodness me.
No, not at all. Right, I'm going to bring a bit of colour in. I mean, you can use paints or pens. These are textile markers. And what you've actually got is, you've got a nice sort of ball sort of end. Yeah. Same as mine.
Yeah.
So we can add a little bit of colour in. See, I'm just doing some little flicks.
Oh, I'm liking that already.
And again, because you get two thicknesses with slightly, they're not so difficult to sort of manage. Some of these pens can be very sort of thick, can't they?
Yeah, they can.
So.
And you get everyone loves colouring in.
Yeah.
Everybody loves colouring in. It was an absolute craze, wasn't it?
Yeah, people, you do find some people a little bit scared of it. And I understand that, because you don't want to sort of spoil the drawing that you've done. But honestly, it enhances it. And even if you have a bit of a practice to start with, and just add a bit in. I mean, I'm going to put some beads over this and things. So it's just a base.
Amazing.
So
I'm thinking about this, creating all sorts of different, use the same stencil, Say It With Flowers, but create different, like rectangular, kind of portrait rectangular, landscape rectangular, and square, and even triangular panels, and then piece them together with patchwork.
Absolutely, yeah. Anything you sort of want to do with it. Now, I did have some beads. I've already lost them twice this morning. I'll just have a few out there. Oh. It's amazing when you go into your stash, the things you find. You think, I can use that. I do like to use lots of different bits and pieces. Hence, I've got a bit of embroidery thread, I've got normal thread. And again, I would have done this before I put it all together as a little panel.
But then if you do stitch through, then you're adding dimension as well, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
So there's...
Whatever works. Now I just hope my beads go through now.
Yeah.
There we go. Yay!
Perfect. Now, over half of Say It With Flowers has sold out. Well done if you've got yours. This isn't just for santangling. I'm hugely inspired to try this fabulous extension of our craft.
Yes.
As you rightly said, it's not a whole new craft in itself.
No, it's not like you've got to leave everything that you like and everything that you love on the shelf and just do this. It's all about you actually, including it. So if you love to do hand stitching, then include it in. If you love to do machine stitching, include that in as well.
Well, I love the way on this one, I mean, this sample's absolutely brilliant. It's so inspiring. I love it. But this middle one, which is very sort of, I'm thinking Susan Briscoe, kind of her sashiko and that sort of, Japanese style, the centre. But here I can see you've used the stencil to actually draw on perhaps Bondaweb, have you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then cut out the petals,
that's
created. So now you can be your own applique designer.
Yeah, I can show you actually. My friend Leslie did this one.
Oh, that's absolutely exquisite.
So this is in the Say It With Flowers, and it's one of the instructions there. So she's actually appliqued the main flowers, and everything else has actually been hand drawn. So a little
That's
bit of colour on
absolutely
there.
amazing.
It's
I'm just
lovely,
getting a
isn't
really
it?
nice
Look at
shot of that. It's incredible. And look, I can do those. You
you've
saw
done
me
those
do
this
those
morning.
leaves.
Yeah, you've seen me do these, slightly different, but you've seen me do little bubbles.
Yeah.
Beautiful, isn't it?
And then you've got the fabric stitched in,
Yeah.
and then some metallic thread. I mean, can you imagine giving this as a
lovely, isn't it?
gift, a book jacket? It's absolutely exquisite, Sandra. It's
They're lovely, aren't
exquisite.
But yeah, I'm just going to put this last bead on, and then shall I show you the butterflies?
Oh, yes, please.
Because I've not had a chance to see that.
Absolutely amazing. I'm just going to grab Say It With Flowers again, just to remind you. So in this stencil pack, you get all of your different elements. Now, this is terrific because, as Sandra said, rather than giving you, here's a rose, copy
Yes.
this.
Yes.
Yeah. And I know, and I'm not saying it wouldn't appeal to me actually, Sandra, you know.
Yeah.
There's a place for it. But this has got scope to last you forever, hasn't it? Not just creating a drawn design, but embroideries, appliques, quilting designs, embellishments. I mean, it just goes on and on. You've got all those different flower elements, petal elements. And I don't know if you saw, like here, for example, this big oval here, right at the very start. I don't know if you can just see that. Rather than using the oval as a petal itself, it can be used as a base shape. So this is the outside parameters of your flower. You fill in the petals in the center and then remove the outer mark. So the outer sort of oval would be done in your friction pen. And then you fill in the daisy or the flower in your archival marker and then remove the outside guidelines. So you can use the stencils as literal shapes or as guidelines too. Just beautiful. And this is lovely too. I like this line down the side where you've got these little dots. So if you wanted to create a border, if you wanted to create a frame around, you can do that.
Oh, it's amazing. You can, if you want to do sort of a droplet and have a nice semicircle at the bottom, you could use those circles and it gives you that perfect curve.
Yeah,
at the
I love
bottom.
that. I love that. So you're getting all of those stencils, all of those shapes, and then you're also getting your all-important booklet, and it's a multi-page booklet on how to use the stencil, how to draw those different elements really. And it is that sort of, you know, teach a person to fish mentality.
Yes, it is, and it takes you every step of the way. It's like you've got me with you, so there's no technical terms in there. It's all me.
Now, we
putting that
can't
down.
literally take you home, Sandra,
No.
although goodness knows I want to. But you do 2 Facebook Lives a week?
I do, yes, 2 Facebook Lives a week. So if you go on to Sandra Rushton on Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 o'clock, I do what we call a tile, which is an 8 centimetre or 8.2 centimetre square piece of cardstock, and we actually draw a design from scratch. So you don't even know what you're doing, you just follow along.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That sounds
yeah.
great. So you're joining other like-minded people.
We certainly are, yes. And everybody that knows me out there said I was only going to do 12, you know, throughout lockdown. And Tuesday, we did 273.
Oh, stop it.
So we've got quite a few on there if you want to go and have a look at them.
Amazing. So there's that resource as well,
Yes.
and you do YouTube videos.
Yes,
So
yes.
there's loads of support as well. But I mean, you've got a fantastic booklet anyway. Chris has got in touch from Greater Manchester to say, join the Facebook group. We will.
There is a
And
Santangle group,
photographs
yes.
too
Oh,
from
I know.
Chris. Photographs. Let's have a look at those.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Here they are.
There we go.
Oh my goodness me, look at that. Here are some pictures of my Santangle work, Love and Light from Chris. That's incredible. Is that Santangling on her desk?
Yeah, we actually have Santangle boards.
Amazing.
So we do the boards and people tangle on. Then
Like
you
a
know
wooden
it's like a
board?
calling card. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
incredible.
that we know whose work it is
And
by the
bags
board.
and cushions. I just, you know, it's limitless, isn't it? Absolutely
It
limitless.
certainly is.
Now, just to remind you, the pens, you can still get hold of them, but we're down to our last handful. Yeah, we haven't got a lot. $3.99. We're going to try and get more.
Yeah. yeah, John's in the
So we've
green
got through
room.
the first lot and the second lot, and now we're okay. But you can still get some of the second lot, right? Butterflies.
Okay, butterflies. I've given you 3 sizes here. So If you want to go really small, you can go really small, you can go really big, and putting them together has just worked beautifully. So how do we draw them? Now, I'm actually going to start straight in pen. Yeah, I know, brave. Now, I'm going to start, see, I've got 3 different bodies to choose from. So I'm going to go with this body, and let's go a little bit higher up and draw around this one. There we go. Okay, so then I can choose which top wing I'm going to have. So I'm going to go with this one. And this is the beauty of it, is because you've got the different shapes, you are the one that's creating. Okay, now I want to put this the other side.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do is I'm just going to, on my stencil, I'm going to draw parts of the body that I've already done on the fabric.
Okay.
Because then I'm going to turn it over.
Okay.
And I'm going to line it back up again. There we go. And then I'm going to draw around that section. So I've got my 2 wings that's symmetrical. Of course, as we know, we can get rid of this.
Yep.
And then choosing the bottom section, let's go with this one. This is a great thing, so you can mix and match.
Gorgeous. And now I'm starting to think about a quilt or a wall hanging that's got 12 or 15 different butterflies.
Oh,
maybe real ones, maybe fantasy ones.
Absolutely. Look at this one now.
Cute.
So let me show you how you use this sort of circle. So if I come in with my little vertical line here, I'm just sort of eyeing it up that it's vertical there. And let's go, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to use my circle. So I'm going to line up my 3 o'clock with that hole there.
Fabulous. Oh, I see.
And then I'm going to draw
it's
around.
So clever, isn't it?
This one here.
So clever.
All the way to the 9 o'clock position,
yeah.
you see? And then if I come back with this one, I'm going to line up the last dot. And again, just by eye, and just see how it's sort of fitting. And then let's just take that up. I've got that beautiful curve.
Look at that,
and these little extra shapes. So let's go with something little. Let's bring this one in. Put this at the bottom. So you imagine this, you can start bringing in your own gems. So you don't have to
got
draw
this as
that.
well. Oh, look at that.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Just join the dots to give us that line. And of course you do a couple extras. So let's bring in a little loop and a little loop. And then this one's a really nice, let's bring in a little bubble there.
So now you're starting to go rogue, aren't you?
This is the tangling, yeah. This is where we go around the bubble and we go to the point. Now I'm going to imagine a point, maybe here, round and around. Yeah, and then what we can do here is I'm going to follow that line, known as an aura. We're going to aura around that last line that we did.
Or kind of echo.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I know they do use that term, don't they, in sewing, echo.
Echo quilting, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So these are familiar.
We did have that conversation on one of the lives actually. Do we still use aura?
Okay.
Or do we try the word echo instead? And they're like, no, we want aura.
Like aura.
But if you like echo, that's fine.
Every craft has its jargon, doesn't it?
Absolutely fine. So there we go. So, you notice I'm turning it round each time. I just want it to be comfortable in my hand. I don't want to, do something that's a little bit awkward in any way. So just following this sort of shape round. Let's see how it sort of works.
But I'm assuming, Sandra, you could split that wing up any way you like.
Of course you could. You
could create crazy patchwork if you wanted.
Let's do that way.
Yeah, stripes.
And then let's do some random lines.
Oh, see, that appeals to me. Look at that.
And then let's draw around those shapes. Little one there, look. Little one here. This one here. So
well, you know what I'm going to be doing this afternoon, don't you?
all these patterns or tangles are actually in the instructions. So
seriously.
yeah, and you could take one set of instructions and mix and match it. You could sit and do this on your knee, really, couldn't you?
Yeah, you really could.
So let's just bring a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't do your sewing or you're not in the mood for sewing, you could do a bit of this. You could create this and then embroider over the lines or some of the lines.
Absolutely. So I'm just bringing a little bit in there. Of course, you take a little more time over doing this.
Well, I'd be more than happy if mine looked like yours. Whether I took time or did it quickly.
But yeah, I mean, but
gorgeous.
you see, you know, you would take a little more time, of course, but you see how that's just sort of giving it a little bit of shadow there. So if I was to bring one in, here you go. This is one I've done where I have stitched on and done a bit of a plique, and you can see my little droplets, and I've added a little gem there.
That's incredible. Now imagine this was the front flap of an evening bag, so
Yeah,
maybe like
beautiful.
a curved edge, something like that,
Yeah.
of an evening bag. That is taking it to a completely new level.
It's unique to you, so you need to sign it. But of course, if I show you a smaller one, that's the tiny
at that.
butterflies. So I've made myself a little bag then, and some little gold swirls on. But funny you should mention bags. I've got one here that I've sort of part done, and again, I wouldn't have made this before doing the work. I would have actually done all the tangling first.
Right.
So what have I done here? I've used the larger butterfly in the middle and a plique. Then I've used the medium butterfly, and then I've got some little ones here. I've just used a bit of fabric paint there, just to sort of give me something.
Okay. But again, now you talk about doing the applique.
Yeah.
Can you just, for anybody who didn't
Of
kind
course.
of get it, how would you use the stencil to create a applique fabric?
Absolutely. I can show you that.
Awesome.
Okay, so I did have, there we go, I've got some fabric here. So what would I do? Because it's a butterfly and you want both sides, I would actually have my fabric double. So let's just do that. And then I would probably use erasable pens for this because of course when you're doing, now you've got two ways of doing it. You could either bond it first, you know, with some Bonder Web or something, or you can use a glue pen, a fabric glue pen.
Okay.
Which we do have on the show today.
We
don't
do have on the
yeah,
show,
which is the
thank
pink
you.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
there is. Look, there's my glue
So
pen.
just my normal Soline glue pen.
Yeah, Soline glue pen. And what I would do, let's draw the butterfly. And now I'm just going to do the wings. So you could actually do them completely joined. So then you cut out that section.
Right.
Or you could actually say, right, well, I want this one in one fabric and I want this one in another fabric.
And that's the genius of the
And that's-
stencil, isn't
exactly, so you can do that. But then what I've actually got here, I've cut one out, look. There we go.
it? Fab.
All right,
So we've got some fusible web on the back. So you drew
Yep.
through your stencil onto fusible web first.
that's it, yeah, a little bit of that. And then if we actually put this, where do I want it? See, I'd probably, I want to sort of draw the body in. But you might want to, you know, use a zigzag and a stitch it in. There we go. There. No, it's always, I think I'll do one bit first and then I'll do those.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's going to go all over the place, isn't it? Could be anywhere.
But again, organic shapes, natural things, you know, disembodied butterfly. We don't want that.
No.
No.
There you go. Now what I would do is I would actually stitch around it. So even if I've used this bond, I do like a finished edge.
Me too. Me too.
Honestly, so even if you're hand stitching, I would stitch around it. That's going to hold it in place for you. So you see there, then you've got your butterfly, but then we can come in and we could use one of the bodies. So let's draw that in the erasable pen. So whether you would perhaps, let's say, use a zigzag. Oh, there it is. Look, bless him. A zigzag stitch to go across that. You could have it with the wings over the top, whatever you want to do with it, but that's sort of your main section, and that's exactly how I did that.
You could even just leave that as an outline and then stitch beads of different sizes and create a beaded body.
Little gems and things. Honestly, the possibilities are endless. It's whatever you want to do with it. So coming back to this one, that's exactly what I've done. I've used zigzag all the way around it. And then this is where, again, the bit of the fun comes in. You can knock in with your pen.
Tangle it.
And they all need little antennae, don't they? So.
Now, a question about pens.
Yep.
Sandy in the West Midlands asks,
Hi.
good morning both, lovely demo.
Morning.
Are those pens permanent? Can the items be washed?
Yes. Yes, I've got my little demo piece here. This one I've drawn on, and then I've put this through the wash a couple of times, and you can see my 08 and my 03. I've tried others. Absolutely fine.
Yep.
Absolutely fine. I mean, if you're not sure, you always try it, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, don't necessarily take my word for it. Use a scrap piece of scrap piece of fabric off the end, and and go ahead and actually do a quick sample.
And this is all drawn on smooth, even weave cotton fabrics.
Yes.
And of course, on something that had a slubby weave, you're going to get a different effect. But you can experiment, can't you?
Yeah, because the pen's so fine, if you're going to use something like a canvas, you want to use the thicker pen because you think you've got big holes in your fabric. So you find that your pen's not going to quite go smoothly across it. So just be aware of that. It's still possible, but it's whatever you want to do with it. I'm just going to bring a few bits out because of course we can tangle that, and I've showed you how to do that, but let's do a little bit on the outer edge. So see, around this one, for example, we can come in and we can add bubbles. There we go. And you see how immediately that's changed the look? So we don't have to do it on, all the way around. We could just do a section of it. And just sort of, again, they're not going to be perfectly round. That's not the point. The point is you're just going to, enjoy doing it.
This really builds confidence, doesn't it?
Lovely, isn't it? Yeah, just that little bit. It does. Let's bring some, we talked about wavy lines. Wavy lines and some little dots. And just sort of bring it round.
What's great is this will grow with your confidence, won't it?
It certainly will,
To begin with, you might be more than happy, I would be more than happy to draw around the butterfly wings, cut them out, applique some, paint others, embellish some.
Yes.
But once you really get into it, you can start adding that extra.
It's just, honestly, the things you can do. The butterflies particularly, there's a cushion. I think it's behind me somewhere.
Very likely.
Yes,
Let me grab
there we
it
go.
down.
Look what you can actually do with a little bit more time. And again, this is one of Leslie's. Everybody knows
this
Leslie's
is absolutely
Leslie L.
stunning.
And she's spent some time doing that and used all the different butterflies, but a little bit of gems on there, hand drawing. So the grey ones have actually been drawn. They've been tangled.
Mind blowing.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you start on a small one and build yourself up.
Incredible.
That you could actually, from the very first go, draw that. Now you've seen how to do it. You could do it.
You could.
So at the beginning you were a bit sceptical.
I'm not sceptical.
Now you're telling me that you can. So
I'm sold.
That's what we want.
I'm sold. Louise has got in touch in Hertfordshire to say good morning. Got in from walking the dog. Well done you. Get it out of the way. Can I ask if these pens are ideal for drawing on fabric, then embroidering the fabric?
Absolutely, yeah, and that's exactly what I've done. Whether we embroider on it, whether we tangle on it, whatever we do, yeah, they work. We always use these. We use them for paper.
Hand embroidery, machine embroidery.
I've done a bit of everything, so I've tried it on all these samples today. So
Sandra, can I ask a quick question?
Please.
These gemstones that are stuck on,
yes.
Now I know they come on sheets and they do have a sticky back, but that's really for paper.
Yes.
How would I glue them onto something that was going to be a bit more durable?
Right,
I wouldn't sit on this cushion.
No, of course. There's a couple ways. If you're not going to wash it, then you can use any gems, and I've got the Gutermann glue, which again is on the show today.
HT2?
Yeah, that
this one. Yeah.
It's really good. What you've got to be careful of, always wipe the nozzle, as soon as you open it, just wipe the nozzle because it comes out straight away. Have a bit of paper at the side of you, and then touch where you want to put your little gems, and then as soon as you think, right, I've done, wipe your nozzle again, put the lid on, because otherwise it'll keep running out, and you don't want that. It just wants to come out and be creative, doesn't it?
Pro tip.
Sit there. But if you actually want to wash it, then you want to use the fabric iron-on gems. But there's again so many of them out there.
Right.
Or use sequins and stitch them if you would rather.
Seed beads, things like that.
Exactly. Whatever you've got in your stash, bring it all out, even if it's in the cupboard and you've not used it for a while.
Can we have a play day, Sandra? Can I just come round to yours?
Just bring it out. Honestly, you'll have so much fun with it. The drawing is the start of it. What you can then do with it and how it grows. Imagine doing these and actually having the wings not stuck down and having them coming off.
I was thinking the same, you could interface, couldn't you?
Absolutely. So you could, so many things you could do with it.
Let me just show you what you get on that stencil. It's called Butterfly Flower, and there's so many different elements on here. And I want to just play with this. Absolutely beautiful. And especially now, you see, this is all new to me, Sandra, but I did, I looked at like the little beads and I just saw them very literally as this is a zigzag, this is a straight line, and this is a circle. The minute Sandra started joining bits and pieces together, I was like, oh, okay, hang on, I get it now.
That's it.
Absolutely glorious. I don't know how we've overrun, but we've overrun, Sandra.
Oh, okay.
But thank goodness we've got another hour.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you could just keep going with this. It's very addictive.
Fabulous. I can tell. Now, we've got 2 more stencils coming up in the next hour, but judging on the last hour, these may well sell out before we get to that hour. So I just want to let you know, we've got Light as a Feather.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's blowing my mind. Light as a Feather.
It's beautiful.
Look at those. Absolutely incredible.
Wait till you see how you draw that one.
I can't wait. And then we've also got a quarter of a stock of that has gone. Bird in Flight. Bird in Flight is our other stencil. And this is coming up at 10 o'clock. Sandra, you are somebody who I could quite easily lose a whole weekend with, I can tell.
Oh.
It would be dangerous for us to get together, but I hope we can.
Absolutely.
I'll see you at 10.
I'll see you at 10.
Thanks for the last hour, amazing.
Welcome.
Right, we're going to go to a very, very short break, and when we get back, Delphine is here with her absolutely beautiful cockerel. So don't go anywhere. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift?
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it is wonderful to have your company. We're having a day of fun, we're having a day of playing. Delphine Brooks is here.
Hello, love.
Hello, love. I'm fine. It's
Well, bumped into you at Festival of Quilts, but I've not
Yeah.
seen you since then.
I know it's been months really since we
It
did a show
has,
together.
yeah, very
so
long time.
Very good to see you.
Very good to see you. You're
How
looking
are you,
lovely.
darling? Oh, bless you, so are you.
Oh,
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, I think.
Been doing a lot of good stuff.
I'm just busy, yeah. And the kids
Yeah.
are back at school now, so I can calm down a little bit. now,
Okay,
so.
good time.
Yeah.
But summer looked amazing on your Facebook, all those lovely holes. And
yes, we had a week in
adventures.
Cornwall at the beginning, and then obviously it's crazy for us, isn't it, in the middle of August, and then I
Yeah.
went to the lakes. There's a bit of a reset, and it was amazing. It was really nice.
Gorgeous. Inspiration as well.
Yes, watch the show, my next one actually, yes.
Hurrah, we'll see what you got up to.
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
you've been very, very busy.
Yep.
I'm assuming you saw lots of cockerels while you were on holiday too.
Do you know what? I've seen this I was saying on my Facebook that this has been done, this type of quilting and roosters have been done to to death, but I just really wanted to do one, and this is my version of it.
And this is a technique which I've been seeing a lot of, which is collage quilting, building up that picture with kind of little slithers of fabric. It's absolutely awesome. Now, the base panel, which is going to make everything possible and easy, is right here in front of me. This is the Delphine Brooks Rooster Collage panel. So what you've got here is you've got a background done in neutrals. So you're going to leave the background as is. So you've got almost like a patchwork neutral background. Look at the price, $11.99 for this. And you don't need any additional instructions. Just make sure you watch the show and Delphine's demos. You've then got the rooster all done out in shades of grey. Now, I love the panel just as it is. And you could layer this, quilt it, and call it a day. But the idea is, do you see those grey sort of squares at the bottom, that key? That is your fabric key, and this is then going to allow you to pick out fabrics, maybe from your stash, maybe from one of our panels that we've got on the show, maybe from a strip roll or a jelly roll, okay, to create and build up your picture. You're then going to bond the fabrics on top and create your rooster. Now, let's have a little look at your... Oh, nice. Wasn't expecting that, but I like it. So now this is your finished panel, Delphine. Talk me through.
Oh, so the technique of how I've done this one, because obviously I didn't use a panel to do this one. So if everyone these days has pretty much got a smartphone or an iPad or something like that. So I should have brought mine in with me, shouldn't I? So if you go onto the camera option, you can select mono. So you can choose all your filters, and the monochrome, all that does, we use this a lot in quilting anyway. I've talked about this before on the show. If you hover that over your fabrics, you'll get your shade. So the shades on the little squares, that's how you'll pick out your colours, or you can just choose your favourite colours. So, and all it is all I've done is trace over the certain sections and selecting my fabrics by, you don't want to have, when you do this type of applique, you don't want the exact same fabric next to each other, because otherwise it will lose the shape and the movement of the quilt. So, I appliqued it all on, and then very, very simple stitching over the top. I didn't do any blanket stitch, zigzag or anything like that. As you can see, it's just all straight stitch. That's not actually free motion, even though it looks like it is. And then obviously the background I just quilted. That is free motion, but you could do just a very basic straight stitch. You doesn't have to have anything. Amazing.
Now this was using a jelly roll, K-Facet design roll.
Yeah.
This is Saturn, I think, isn't it? Or Mars. This is Mars.
And it's really nice that you can fussy cut all the different, so I purposely chose the flower part for that section, and also the, I don't know what those flowers are called.
I love this here where you've used these sort of almost like berries. That creates a fabulous effect.
And then just picking all the different patterns and fabrics and mixing them together, it gives it that really striking effect, doesn't it?
Really clever, really clever. And you're going to show us the whole technique as well. Yeah, awesome. So that one's been done with Kaif, and this is using Kaif design roll in Mars, which I've got right here. Details are on screen. It's $44.99 for the design roll. You get 40 2.5-inch strips, so more than enough. And you could actually create some borders or binding using
Oh, you could make loads. Yeah.
Or you could piece your backing, like you've done.
Yeah, you could do your backing.
Do you mind just showing the backing on your mini quilt, because it's absolutely gorgeous.
So the backing is just strips that I've just sewn them all together, and then just created a nice colourful backing. And what I did, because just save time, I just made the backing that little bit longer, and rather than make separate binding, I've just folded it in and top stitched.
Oh, fantastic.
So just to make it nice and quick.
Cool. So that's one option, using Mars. Now, we know Kaif's not everybody's thing, so we've created some other panels that you can use to create the rooster instead. So let's start off with this one right here. Now, what this has on it, this is a panel that has all the different elements. This is in the autumn colourway. I'm all about autumn now. September the 1st.
Yeah.
I made my apple and cinnamon
It was
bun
very
cake.
delicious. Thank you very much. I needed that
to celebrate
morning.
Autumn. Okay. Now then, look at this. The value is incredible. So what you're getting here is you're still getting your background panel with your key and everything like that on it, but then you're also getting all of your different fabrics to create the feathers, the legs, the comb, the wattle.
Oh, look at you knowing all of the names.
Down on the farm. I've got a beautiful rooster. He's a light Sussex and he thinks he's a dog. Okay, so when he crows, this is his crow, he goes, ooh, ooh, ooh. That's his crow, just like that, like a dog barking. So cute. Okay. It was funnier in my head.
No, I was smiling.
So that's for £18.99. So you're actually only paying £7 additional for all those different autumny fabrics that you can use to create your rooster. Absolutely brilliant. A third of that stock has already gone. So if you fancy that option, grab it. Now, we also have another panel option. Same principle. Now, you're getting your rooster. You're getting all your background, and then you're also getting, oh, I like this version. This we've called Brights, but it's still Cockerel Brights.
Yeah.
Let me just show you. Cockerel Bright. That's a kind of bright, isn't it? Yeah? Cockerel Bright. Love that. I love those blues, and I love that vibrant orange and rust. Beautiful. So you're getting all those different fabrics there. And then, of course, you've got your rooster, you've got the key, you've got the secret. I'll take you to another place, another way, another way. Nothing. £18.99 for that. Also proving very popular. Now then, how do we do this, Delphine?
It's really easy.
Because it looks really complicated.
So I've already actually done a mock-up of the autumn one. So I'll just take this one off. I don't know if you'll be able to see that one.
Yum.
So that's the autumn one already. I've done all of the applique. Now I didn't completely stick to the key on this one. I sometimes just like made it up as I went along. So if you've got certain colours that are your favourites, so if you want to add in some of your own stash, then you can do. But that's all the autumn one that you've got there. So that's that one. So I'll show you, but I'll come back to that one in a bit with some quilting. So how you do it is you need a pen and some Bondweb, of course. Of course.
Bondweb details are coming up on screen. 5 metre roll by 30 centimetres for £23.99.
And what you want to do is have your Bondweb, you want to draw it on the glue side, because if you draw it on the non-glue side, when you cut it out, it's going to be reversed. Obviously, it won't fit. So just trace over a section. You don't have to add any extra for a seam allowance, nothing like that. You just literally pick the piece that you want to trace and cut out. Straight onto, I'll just do this one as well. Now, for this one, I'm actually going to do a demo in both the using batiks and the panel. So I want to show you that you can mix up.
Oh, could mix and match.
Mix them up, yeah, and it creates a completely different effect. So I'll just cut those out.
You've got so many choices, haven't you? You could use the design roll on its own. You could use the panel on its own. You can mix and match. You could even dip into your scraps as well, couldn't you, and put a few extra bits and pieces in.
So for this one, is that it's like a, so I'm just going to mix in a couple of different shades.
Yeah, because I mean on the panel, this darkest bit, like the tops of the legs, is dark brown. But I mean obviously on the K version, there's no brown. You can dip in and find something else. And of course in nature, cockerels have all kinds of different colours, feathers and skin.
If I just put, this is what's left over.
So which panel are you using there?
This one I'm actually going to be using the Brights.
Brights.
So I'm just going to have a quick look at my key, and I'm going to choose from 2 different shades. So that one is either the dark brown or the burgundy for this section. And then this one is just a light brown. So what I'm going to actually do is do a mix of shades. So these are some nice batiks. So I've already, so this is a barley pop that I used. So already I'm thinking I might use some of the darker for here. But again, I've already done, so imagine I've already hovered over with my phone or my iPad. What you'll do is just put them all out in your shades. So if it will come up like quite a dark colour.
So you need the darkest one for the legs.
Yeah, or just you don't have. You can make it up. It's just, but just what the one thing that is really important is you don't put the same shade or colour next to one another.
Yeah.
And so I think I'll have that bit for that one.
Yeah, because my rooster, his legs are almost like a pearl. They're almost pearlescent white. And obviously that wouldn't work on the background, but they do come in all different colours, bright yellow and black sometimes.
They're stunning colours, really colourful birds, aren't they?
They are, they're gorgeous. And I like him because he's not noisy, he's not loud, and he's very gentle. He's not aggressive.
What's the difference between a cockerel and a rooster?
Same thing, rooster is just an American term, I think, isn't it?
Right.
A rooster, yeah. And it's a cockerel until it's 12 months old, and then a year on it's a cock.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. I could bring my cockerel in sometime. I don't think you'd want him to come in. Just to do his little crow.
The barking cockerel.
Hey, say again.
The barking cockerel.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's ever so fun when he does it.
So then you just cut out your pieces, and then let me just cut that one out as well.
Oh, Sue says thank you for the song of the day. I'm going to be humming that classic all day long. You're welcome, earworm.
So just cut these out, and then I have prepared a few extra pieces, so you can see this one coming together, because otherwise you'd just be watching me draw and cut out all morning.
Don't mind doing that. So you're cutting out exactly on the line?
Exactly on the line, yeah. So it's a really lovely project to do. I've really enjoyed doing this one.
Oh, I mean, it's a gorgeous motif, brilliant for autumn as well. Sort of, it's homely, it's kind of countryside-y, and the colours are lovely and sort of warm and bright as well, aren't they?
So there you go, and you just place it on. I've rushed cutting it out, but I added a little bit.
Could
there.
I expand this? Could I use this as the centre of a quilt, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. That would, if I'd had again time. I've just noticed I've got a bit of the corner there. Look, never mind.
Okay. Can we put an extra little feather over that?
Yeah, certainly can.
Organic shapes, you see, love them.
But you could make it a lot bigger, and you could even trace round it and make another one.
Yeah, we'll get 2 panels.
We'll get 2 panels.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking you could do, you know, like sort of borders and things like that, and I don't know. There are sayings, aren't there, around roosters and cockerels?
Is there? You definitely know a lot about your cockerel.
Well, I know, I'm just saying that, hoping that somebody will go on the internet now and find one. Something like, you know, it's a cock-a-doodle-doo of a morning, or something like that.
There you go.
Now, Sheila asks, morning Stuart Delphine, just wondering, how do you find the colours of light and dark, please?
You find the colours through light and dark. Obviously, you've got the key at the bottom if you want to use the panel. So if you're a bit nervous about doing this with using your own fabrics, I recommend you get a panel with all the colours on it, because that way it's all this is paint by numbers, but so, you know, you just cut it out. It's exactly the same thing. So when you do paint by numbers, it says, you know, paint number 3, and then stick that on, you know, where all the 3s are. It's exactly the same thing. But if you wanted to use your own fabrics, again, sometimes our eyes trick us into thinking what is a light colour and actually what's a dark colour. So if you lay out all of your fabrics and your colours, what you actually think is really light or dark actually isn't, because our eyes trick us. So the way we do that is by, as I said, you do need a bit of technology. So like I said, an iPhone or an iPad, something like that. It doesn't, you know, a smart device, that's the word. And you go around the camera setting. It's really simple, and you can change the colours. It's usually 3 little circles, and you press on that and you can choose all the different colours. If you go to mono, hover that over your fabrics, and that's going to show you the true shades of what your fabrics are. So I tend to do it quite a lot when I'm designing quilts, because again, it makes such a difference just doing that technique of what you think is actually dark or light actually isn't. So you actually want to mix them up, because that's what makes a piece of art or quilts or sewing more interesting, by making sure that you get the contrast with the shades.
Yeah, and it depends what it's next to, doesn't
Yeah.
it? A medium or a light can actually look really dark if it's against something much lighter.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I hope that helps.
Awesome. And also a bit of experimentation as well. Don't be afraid to experiment. You know, you've got plenty of fabric, and if you're using a strip roll or scraps, you know, you've loads of fabric. So you could always cut out a few different pieces and audition them. If you don't like it, just don't stick it down. You know, keep it. It might go somewhere else, especially some of these little extra feathers that go over the top of the neck.
Yeah, and if you cut a piece out, and like you said, you just saw me do there, and one of the pieces that I accidentally cut off the corner, so all I've done is added another piece on top.
Yeah.
So you can do so many different things with this. Like, this would be really cool if you had loads of different shades of denim.
Ooh.
Or
nice.
tweed, or you know, so there's so many different ways you can make this. I'm just bringing this a bit closer.
Or wool felt.
Or wool felt, yeah. That would be nice and easy to do, won't it? Because felting is, when you first start to do any type of applique, I think using felt is one of the easiest things to use.
Don't fray, and you've got that lovely neat edge, easy to cut,
Yeah.
isn't it? Beautiful. It's proving really popular, Delphine. You're loving Delphine's rooster. So what Delphine's using here is the bright panel, which is right here. But also using some barley pop mixed in there for a bit of extra va-va-voom. But it could be your stash, it could be scraps, it could be a strip roll that you already have. So what you get so much value in this. I thought that you would get your panel separately and then you would get your panel with the fabrics, but it's actually all in one. You get the rooster base. So you've got your sort of, if you like it, the background is printed to look like patchwork, different cream and tan squares sort of look like they've been sewn together. And then you've got your rooster in shades of grey. Now I think if you've got a neutral interior and actually you just want a quick project, you can buy the rooster panel on its own. You could layer and quilt it just as it is, shades of grey, and maybe do a piped binding or something like that in like a silver or a grey. That would look gorgeous, and call it a day. However, the real fun, I think, comes in building up the picture with that sort of collage quilting. So you've got your base panel right here. You've got your key all along the bottom, which tells you, and essentially it's sort of different shades of grey and also different little motifs, a bit like you sometimes get on cross-stitch patterns. And then that's been translated to the rooster. So you know exactly what to put where. As Delphine said, it's a bit like painting by numbers, but with fabric and stitch. And then you've got all these beautiful fabrics here that you can use to then build up your collage. You've got light shades, you've got dark shades, you've got mediums too. And these will all relate to the colours along the bottom. So for example, dark brown, which we're going to use for the tops of the legs. Here is our dark brown right here, then mid brown, orange, we've got light brown, yellow, turquoise, and so on. Easy to do. This is the most straightforward way to create your collage rooster. Now that's the bright version. Oh, Donna says, loving the rooster, Delphine. And also good morning, everyone. Now, if you want to buy the panel on its own, so this would be, for example, if you want to use it maybe with a jelly roll, strip roll, scraps, you might have fat quarters, you can just dip in. You can get the panel on its own. It's $11.99. So you still get your full panel, so your sort of mock pieced patchwork background, your rooster on top, and then look, there's your key. There's your key. Ooh. There was a collection, wasn't there, from Moda, Morning Chorus or Morning Tour, something like that. They had little suns, and it was very kind of breakfast roomy, kind of, yeah. Cock-a-doodle-doo. So that's the panel on its own, $11.99 for that. Now the one behind Delphine uses that panel plus the Mars strip roll, design roll from K Facet, which you'll have plenty of fabric there to create the rooster, but also pieced backing, maybe borders, binding, that kind of thing. So you could easily create a larger quilt. And you could do simple patchwork, maybe like just simple sawtooth star patchwork and do a border of those, or half square triangles.
I'll just keep it really simple because you've got all of that work in the middle. So yeah, just a really simple border.
Yeah. And just use your creams and tans just for your backgrounds and just do a bit of piecing. Lovely. Delphine.
So
that's building up.
I'm just jumping ahead a little bit, yeah. So it's just all just remembering where all my pieces are, because obviously when I did the one behind me and the one underneath, I sort of did it as I went along, but then obviously when I've just prepped, so I've jumped ahead a little bit.
So when you're placing these, is there a particular order?
Nope.
So we can literally start with any part?
Yeah.
Oh, easy.
Any part you like. So you might want to start with the bigger sections probably, but you don't have to.
Okay.
And even if you don't want to have all these details on there, you don't have to. You can just cover them up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially if you've got a really jazzy bit of fabric with especially the cape with all those different prints and patterns.
Yeah.
So you could, if you wanted to, just cover that whole section with a bit of it. You don't have to do it all.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm just doing this quite quick, but at home, obviously, you take your time and do it a bit.
Well, there's a lot of fun there, and you know, autumn is coming, isn't it? And you know, kind of wet days and days when you can't get out. And this is a great sort of rainy day project, isn't it?
And it's achievable for any level as well. So
really,
for every any level. So
I love the blues and oranges. That is beautiful. This is the bright version with a little bit of barley pop mixed in for variety, but you don't have to. You could be using bits of stash, bits of scraps. You might have gone for the early bird, the 5-pack of mystery fat quarters. Find some things in there that you could use. But yeah, I'd definitely be dipping into scraps and my bountiful stash, Delphine.
And these, I bet you've got a big one, haven't you?
Do you know what? I haven't got that big a stash. It's not that big. Honestly, I'm not rising. No, I tend to use bits up. I'm one of them people. Annoying.
Oh dear.
What about you? What's your stash like?
Yeah, it's to be honest, it's not as big as you'd expect. Oh dear, we're all being very immature this morning.
Well, I'm not. I'm being very sensible. Thank you very much.
No, it's actually not too bad. And well, it's all in the garage, to be honest. A lot of mine.
Well, it's a thing to celebrate anyway, isn't it?
It's
a stash.
But I just, I don't like too much clutter in my sewing room. I like to be, I like to have a nice empty space when I'm working, especially when I'm designing something.
And haven't you got your studio now? Is that all finished and built next to the?
Yeah, I am. I literally live in there. I was trapped in there yesterday because it was the heavens opened.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I was desperate for the loo.
Yeah.
And it was just pouring with rain.
Yeah, we know what you have to do, don't you? Get a loo installed.
I'm going to have to.
Yeah.
But no, it was it's a complete game changer. It's completely changing how I work. And it's just I'm a lot happier as well because I'm not stressing about making the tea, putting everything away.
Right, it's the clearing away, isn't it, and getting back out again.
Yeah, and then the boys. It's a lot easier for them as well. Even though I'm only at the bottom of the garden.
They always know where you are, Delphine, don't they? Let's be honest.
Well, Louis tends to always come out and sit with me anyway with his iPad, or he's always usually playing football anyway.
Okay.
So I've had a few footballs smashed up against the doors.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mum's sewing room, thank you.
Yeah, covered in football
Stuart
marks.
Delphine. Oh, couldn't read it that fast. Back. Hi, Hi, Stuart and Delphine. Could not choose between the brights and the autumn, so I had to buy both. Loving the show, Lorraine, who's in Fulham.
Oh, thank you.
I think they'd mix really well together though, wouldn't they? The brights and the autumns.
They will do.
I'm just going to
yeah.
grab them both out actually, because you know the tones are quite complementary. Can we just show your autumn one for a second,
Yeah.
please? It's that bit of sort of mallard green in there that really sort of zings for me. So this is your autumn panel, and you can see you've still got those lovely rich golden kind of fallen leaves, and you do get roosters that are this exact colour, don't you? Those kind of iridescent golds and yellows, but then there is that flash of mallard green in there as well, which is just stunning. Susan says, morning sassy Stuart and the amazing Delphine. Another fantastic project from the Queen of Design, and both of you in blue. What are the chances?
Oh, yeah.
What are the chances? I'm always in blue. That's gorgeous. That is really
So
lovely.
that's obviously I haven't quilted that one yet. So
But
that's
if you
the
wanted
autumn.
to throw in a few of the blues
Yeah.
from the brights, that would work too.
Especially on the plume of feathers at the back, because that's where they tend to have the blue, isn't it? So, but yeah, I'll do a bit of sewing on that one in a bit.
Gorgeous. And then look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just stunning.
So I'll put this little bit of yellow. So this is, I've mixed around with either the yellows. So I think I've used a bit of batik as well for this bit.
That's a bit of the barley pop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely. That's the barley pop in pastel. I'm just going to grab that. We've got confetti quilting instructions later, Delphine. That's another of your fabulous techniques. And that uses batiks, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it uses those, yeah.
Gorgeous.
And I've got some really nice, my next project that I'm designing at the moment, inspired by the Lake District, is actually going to be using
barley pops.
Yeah.
So we could get ahead.
Get ahead.
Okay,
yeah, definitely.
good. So shall we just give you details of the pastels? I'll just show you the barley pops actually, if I may. These are the barley pops in pastels, $39.99. These are from Hoffman. Hoffman fabrics are beautiful. Hoffman's of California. And you've got all those gorgeous sort of pastel rainbow there. Absolutely beautiful. Made in barley. Gorgeous. Sue's just mentioned on Facebook about her stash. I have a stable. That means stash accumulation beyond life expectancy. I hope not. That is the pastels. Now we've also got the autumn. This is copper. Very popular on pre-order. $39.99. This would work so beautifully with the autumn panel.
Yeah, that would be stunning.
Yeah.
With those colours.
Is this been used in your wall hanging that you're bringing us?
It will be, yeah.
It will be. So you might want to get that one. Get ahead and get that one while you can.
I think these, I would use I've said this before, batiks constantly.
Yeah.
In all my work. Because
They're a box of paints, aren't they?
they're a box of paints and they don't fray. They work so well. Yeah, love them.
Gorgeous. They just have that painterly look. And then this one, lupine, which is my favourite. Those are glorious, aren't they? Now, there's no reason why you shouldn't make a cockerel in lupine. Use these colours. I would dip into my stash, maybe pull a little bit of black, maybe a little bit of golden yellow, just for the beak or the legs, maybe, or both. But you could use that. Do it to suit your interior or the space you've got. You could do a big cushion, you could do the centre of a wall hanging, and then create borders around that, either plain borders or pieced borders. So much you could do. Gorgeous. Delphine, back to you.
So I'm just putting these last few bits on, and then I'll show you how I quilted it.
Yeah.
So, but obviously I won't be able to completely finish this one on air, because obviously this is something that you do over you could do it in a day, but not in an hour.
And that's the fun of it, isn't it? Don't think of this as something that the fun bit is putting all the fabrics down. That is a fun bit.
Yeah.
But the fun bit is then going to continue with the stitching.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just going to add a few more colours. Where's that one from? This is it, you see, because I've done it ahead of time.
Yeah, yeah. That looks pretty good.
That was pretty there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a nice little highlight, actually.
And if you've got any gaps, you could just cut an extra little slither
yeah,
and
and
just
just
stick it down.
stick them down. I think that will look nice there. We'll have that there. Got another bit here. That can go.
God, it's absolutely superb, isn't it?
That can go there. That can go.
Alison Marion's got in touch. I like this, Alison. She says, Stuart, we need a video of your cockerel on the fans page. That is a really good idea. I'll take some pics. Delphine, I would be embarrassed to show my sewing room. It's not nice to work in there at the moment. I need a couple of days to sort it out.
Oh, bless
We all get like that, though.
Oh, yeah.
We all get like that. When I'm working on something, it's organised chaos. There's fabric
definitely,
everywhere.
yeah. When I'm mid-project, it's like that. But then after at the end of the day, especially between each project, I have to tidy it all away.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's it so far.
Yeah.
But I'd add in all the extra bits, and you can add as many as you like. So, and the key at the bottom is just a guide. You don't have to do it.
Yeah.
It's just an idea of the shades. So it's just so you really get that difference in texture. So, well, that's the bright one. So I'm
Looks amazing.
And now we'll do a bit of sewing.
Yay! So you said at the start you don't free motion stitch this or quilt this.
Only the background I did as an option, but this itself I just straight stitched.
So quilt wadding first.
So I put wadding first. On the one behind me, I did put a back fabric on, but I haven't on this one. But I did put the backing fabric on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have.
And what's the value of doing either?
I just think when you put the backing underneath already, it's a lot stiffer, isn't it? So it's got a lot more body to it. So, but a lot of the times I don't.
Right. So if it's going to be like a cushion cover, just batting is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just going to choose some nice bright colours.
Just popping a little pack of heirloom premium cotton batting. This is a crib size, 80-20. So this is 114 centimetres by 152. Now thread colour wise, tell me about your choices.
Oh, just go bright, variegated, definitely. I use variegated on this one behind me, especially with the cape, because if you just stick to one colour, I mean, it doesn't really make. You can use the one colour, but when you just look up close to it and see all the stitching, it's an extra level of interest, isn't it? So, but variegated 100% for me.
Yeah, fabulous. We've got a pack. What is it? 3 packs? The bigger, yeah. So we've got a pack. Now here you get, this is deco stitch. So this is a heavier weight, so it's going to be ideal for quilting. And you've got some solids, and you've also got lots of variegateds, and these are gorgeously bright. Now don't be afraid, as Delphine said, to use brighter threads on top of perhaps more muted fabrics. Remember, it's a very thin line of stitching. It can just add highlights and a bit of sort of spice and va-va-voom to your project, rather than always matching your colours really, really carefully. Love a bit of that. Now there are also a smaller pack if you want to try variegated. These are 10 variegated. These are the same 10 variegateds, but without the matching solids. And then you could also go cotton. These ones are like sort of autumn. I just want this just because it's lovely. $14.99. You get 10. This is perfect for this time of year. Stitching, embellishing, quilting, applique. Everything at the moment is pumpkins, falling leaves, you know, gorgeous.
There we go. So I've got a nice bright orange in there. So again, I use a different shade of thread, either, you know, lighter on darker, darker on lighter, just it gives it, mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start on the plume of feathers. Let me just turn my...
Now, Delphine's stitching on the autumn panel. This is the one I've got in front of me, and it's also the details that are on air now. $18.99. You get your panel with your key, all of your fabrics that you need. You can add in extras if you want to, but you don't need to. You've plenty there to make the whole of the rooster. Cotton thread set that we've got actually is perfect for this. Doesn't that go well? And just adds that lovely brightness.
I'm just going to move that out of the way so you can actually see what I'm doing.
Yeah. Do you want to throw anything at me?
I'll just throw it in there.
Fair enough. Everyone else, Jess.
So I've lengthened my stitch length slightly to 320, just so it gives it more of a quilted look.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you don't want it too tight. And all I'm doing is following the shape of the feather.
Okay.
And then just going back and forth. They're about 1/4 inch apart.
Okay. And you wouldn't do this just through the top itself. You want to go through some batting as well to create dimension. Oh, gear change. That was definitely third gear, wasn't it?
It certainly was. There we go. I'll just turn that round and I'll show you what I've done in just a sec.
And I see as well there you're using that gorgeous sort of almost like glowing embers orange from the Gutermann natural cotton thread pack on top of the brown, and that really adds an extra something to that.
It really does, doesn't it? It's really, like I say, it's giving more texture to the feathers, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think with any process like this, you've got to have a certain amount of faith. Because when you do the first line or two, it's a bit like quilting. You do the first line or two and you think, I'm not sure whether this is working, I'm not sure whether I like this. Just keep going. Trust the process.
And like
Am
I said,
right?
like I said, I'm not doing anything, you know, fancy at all, am I? I'm just going up and down and just, like, so you can do this free motion if you want to, but you know, not everyone's a fan of that. And like I said, this is also really quick.
So when you get to a different colour of applique, can you just keep stitching, or?
Yeah, I've just continued on. I probably would switch when I get to the yellow.
Right.
And maybe put, I think maybe a red or a blue.
A blue?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, use your colour wheels.
Okay.
You know, and just
to go for opposing colour.
Yeah, yeah.
So not always matchy-matchy.
No, no.
That's a little daring for some of us, isn't it? But I mean, do it. Don't be silly.
I don't like being too matchy-matchy.
No.
No, not even in the house. I don't like everything to match. I like having a real mix.
I was just looking then toenails and fingernails.
Oh, yeah. What those fingernails?
Match?
My toenails don't. I apologise if you're getting a close-up of my nail. Because I've been aware, I didn't get my nails done and one of them fell off this morning.
Oh.
I tried to fix it with eyelash glue.
Oh, bless you.
It didn't work.
We've probably got a glue for that. Donna, who's in the West Midlands, writes in, and she said, there it is. Morning, everyone. Love these cushions. My husband gave me a gift voucher for my birthday. Well, he's a keeper on Saturday. And happy birthday to you. So
Yeah.
I can't wait to start spending. Donna, you do right. And happy birthday for Saturday.
Right, I'll just do this one last line and then I'll show you what I've done.
Sue's asked a good question, Delphine. What have you got in your bobbin when you do something like this?
If I'm going to do the whole thing variegated, I'll just put variegated in there.
Oh, variegated in the bobbin as
in
well?
In the bobbin, in there. At the moment, all I've got in there is navy blue. Because that's what I just had at home.
Just a normal weight?
Yeah, and you can't, yeah, oh yeah, I always just use the same weight. And, but you can't even really see it. But sometimes if you're going to do something like this and you worry about the colour coming through, obviously match it. But then with these, or especially it doesn't matter. Again, it's an extra bit of colour, so don't worry about. And also, play around with your decorative stitches as well, because that would look nice.
Yeah, it would. Especially to sort of mimic the look of feathers sometimes.
Yeah.
Love it. So yeah, you could use any thread in your bobbin. I'm quite a fan. I like the, like deco bob, that kind of thing. Those kind of bobbin filled threads. that are so fine you can just leave them in and it doesn't really matter whether you're using white or black.
Yeah.
They kind of just balance.
So I've just done a bit of stitching on the darker pieces, just so you can see the difference that it doesn't really make, that you don't have to keep changing the colours all the time.
No, sure. Well, I think as well, if you're sticking to like an autumny palette of colours, you could pick something like a mid-tone brown or something, couldn't you?
So as you can see there, all I've done is go back and forth about 1/4 of an inch. I'm going over the darker one as well, and even on the yellow, so it all stands out. But I will just quilt the whole thing like that by following, there you go, by following the line of the feathers, you know, the motion, the shape, and then just do that all over, and then
it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
so you can have loads of fun with that. And also these squares, you wanted to, you could pretend to stitch in the ditch, and then that could be it. Or what I did, I free motioned in 2 different directions, just to give it again just a little bit more interest.
It's absolutely beautiful. You want me to grab this over here?
Yeah.
Take it away.
All yours.
The time flies by, even though the cockerel can't. I need to do a little roundup. Absolutely gorgeous. Another really inspiring project that you've absolutely loved this morning from Delphine Brooks. We're so lucky to have you.
Oh,
gorgeous project.
I'm lucky to be here.
I need to add this to my goat.
You do?
Yeah, we do the whole farmyard. This is the Delphine Brooks rooster in autumn. This is the autumn colourway. Absolutely glowing. It's like it's on fire. More than half the stock has sold out of the autumn version. It's just gorgeous. You get your background panel, you get all your fabrics for creating the rooster. And what's brilliant, I think, is you don't need an extra set of instructions for this. You've watched the demo, you've seen how it's done. It's really easy. You use that base panel as your guide. You create your pattern from that. So that's the autumn panel. I've got it right here. It's $18.99. Now, of course, if you want to, you can add from your stash as well. If you wanted to add some, you know, tone on tone, some batiks, some brighter little, you know, spots here and there, you can. But you've got more than enough fabric here on your panel to cover all the bases. And what's really great about this, for those of us perhaps who this is a bit different, you know, a bit out of our comfort zone, you've got that key across the bottom, which gives you the colours, and it also gives you a sense of the value, the lightness or darkness of the fabric as well, which can be a real step along the way to sort of feeling more confident. Yeah. The value of value. It really does add an extra dimension, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
And it's often what's missing on a quilt as well, isn't it? Contrast.
Yeah.
So that's our autumn version. We've also got brights, and this was the version, Delphine, you've got right there, isn't it? Love this. Love the blues and how they play against the rusts and the golds. So you've got, again, your base panel, your rooster base panel with your key, and then you've got all of the pieces of fabric that you'll need, all pre-printed, and the amounts that you need as well to create your rooster. Again, don't be afraid to supplement this with bits from your stash. More than possible to do that. We used, well, Delphine used some barley pop.
Yeah, use a bit of barley pop in there, mixed in with the...
That was the pastel barley pop. Graphics are on screen for that. Big fan of batiks. Now you'll have some left over, of course. Later on at 12 o'clock, we've got a roundup of some of Delphine's most popular patterns and kits. Confetti quilting is one of them.
Yeah.
I remember watching you at home when you were doing confetti quilting and absolutely loving it. I'd never seen you on air before and just feeling absolutely drawn in.
Oh wow, which one was that one?
It was they were flowers.
Oh yeah,
there was some flowers done, yeah. Now, if you want to get the panel on its own, you can do that as well. So if you want to use your scraps, use your stash, maybe buy a jelly roll or something like that to go with, you can do that. This is what Delphine's done on the one that's hanging behind her. She used the base panel and then used a strip roll from Cave called Mars. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course as well, this is what you would get if you're going to use your scraps. Have you got any scraps?
You could confetti quilt that actually.
You could.
If you get a bit of 505 spray. I could demo it later if you like.
Awesome, yes please.
Yeah.
Grab an extra panel while they're still available. Very popular these. Look at the effect. Absolutely amazing. For $11.99 and then dive into your scraps. Love, love, love that. I want to say a quick hello and send some love actually to Kate, who's watching this morning, who's recovering from surgery. Mwah. Sending all out lots of love to you. I hope you're comfortable and well on your way to recovery. Isabel got in touch to say, could I say hi to you? And sending lots of love to you in Devon. Now, next hour with Delphine, tell me what you're doing.
They're doing some projects based on the Battle of Britain.
The Battle of Britain.
Yeah.
And the anniversary is coming up, isn't it?
So it's actually, the Battle of Britain lasted over a long period of time, it's like 3 months, 3 weeks or something like that. And and it's actually coming to the end of that period at the moment. So I thought I'd do a project inspired by that.
Love it.
Yeah.
And this also reflects your military background.
Yeah, I'm ex-military, I'm ex-RAF myself.
Which we're going to talk about in the next hour together. We've got some lovely pictures.
Really embarrassing pictures.
Stop it, they're not. You should be very proud of them. No. And you with a bob. Love it. Anyway, there's a gorgeous panel that goes with that hour. There are 2 panels, in fact, that go with that hour that can help you to create projects like the one that I've got in front of me. And isn't it wonderful as well? You know, I mean, you're such a versatile designer, Delphine. It's incredible. But I just love the fact that we've got some projects here which have a completely different look that are really going to appeal perhaps to someone in your family that has military connections or has a real interest or background in World War II. I think that's really terrific. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. Can't wait. All right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we're going to tangle. We've got more pens. They're going on pre-order now, so don't make a cup of tea in the break. Grab yourself the pens and then sit back and enjoy Sandra Rushton's second lot of demos. See you after the break.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, welcome back friends. It's Stuart Hillard here and it's Sewing Street. It's Thursday. We're glad to have your company. We are having such a wonderful morning and we're really kind of pushing boundaries this morning with the wonderful Sandra Rushton. Hey Sandra, welcome back for second hour.
I know, it's exciting, isn't it?
Really exciting, really exciting. There has been an incredible response to Sandra's Santangle, which is bringing the art of, doodling makes it sound so mundane.
I know, it's sort of posh doodling.
It's very posh doodling.
Yeah, slight sketching. You could call it whatever you like in a sense. It's whatever works for you.
But you're bringing it here today on fabric, and the possibilities are just limitless. Bags, purses, clothing, home decor, quilting, integrating little elements or big elements that you can build up. There are two keys really, I think, to santangling on fabric here, and they are the right pens and using Sandra's stencils. Those two combined brings us all into the realms of we can do it. Now then, the pens. We have sold out of the pens twice today. We have managed to get more in. These are archival ink. These are designed for drawing and writing and sketching on fabric. So these don't need to be heat set. Basically you draw on your fabric, you write on your fabric, and then when they are dry, that's it. They are now washable, they are wearable. I mean, obviously we would always say, look after anything and everything that you make. We treat everything we make with respect.
Yes.
You know, you'll treasure these things, but they can be washed. They are not going to disappear. Now, you're getting both pens for £3.99. It's amazing value, and this is key. This is both in black, and you get a 03 nib and a 08. Now I'm just going to take the tops off for a second, just so that you can see the difference. And what I'm going to do is just perhaps pop my hand in front, just so that you can see. Sorry, I'm swaying.
And fine, isn't it, that one?
Trying really hard to stand still. But I'm swaying. Sorry. I'm not on a boat. I am on one of those bouncy mats though, so it's quite hard to actually just stand still. Sorry. But you've got both because you need both.
You do need both, yeah. One is brilliant for doing all that fine detail work, and the 08 is great if you want to go a little bit larger maybe, or if you want to fill something in. It just saves your nib. Your 03 is really fine. Perfect. So that's why we're giving you both.
But the fine nib is good, isn't it? Because you can build up slowly.
That's the idea, yeah. Little small steps, little sections as we go.
And then suddenly you've created something that's amazing and gorgeous. Sandra said to me before we came on air early this morning, you know, you can learn to do this in minutes. And I had a healthy dose of skepticism, but you proved it live on air, didn't you?
No, it's fine.
You're an encourager like me. I love it. So you've got your pens. Grab them while you can, won't you? We've sold hundreds this morning. We've sold out twice. We have managed to get some more that are in stock right now, but they're already, half the stock of that is already gone as well.
Right, okay.
So, okay. A lot of you are going to be santangling, I feel, which is a wonderful thing.
I hope so.
Yeah, I think you've done your job, don't worry.
So.
Now, we've got 2 new stencil sets that we're bringing to you in this hour. And I know that what Sandra said, the last hour was very much about introducing the concept and keeping things simple. This hour, Sandra's going to use these 2 stencils and take it a little bit further. That doesn't mean that the stencils that you got earlier on today are the beginner ones and these are the advanced ones. Either of them, any of them, can be used simply or they can be used in more complex ways. It is down to you. You make the choice. Right?
Well done, absolutely, yes.
Good.
Yes.
Do I get the job?
Yeah, go on.
Fantastic. Okay, let's start with light as a feather. Now, I'm blown away. I'm just going to grab a couple of the samples because I am blown away, light as a feather that I am, by these samples. This is a cushion. This is a bag. I mean, just breathtaking. How you can integrate this posh doodling that we've decided we can call it.
Yes, we can call it that.
With a little bit of embellishment. Maybe with a little bit of free motion quilting, maybe with a little bit of hand stitching.
All sorts of things.
Or none of those.
Anything you want to do. If you want to just draw it, if you want to just stitch around it, anything you want to do, it's your choice.
Yeah.
That's
it's so
beauty.
versatile, isn't it? If you look on the website, if you're buying the Light as a Feather, the image is for Say It With Flowers. Ignore the image, you're getting the feather, but just make sure you're going for Light as a Feather if you would like this stencil set. Say It With Flowers is actually sold out, so you definitely won't get that. But just absolutely beautiful designs these. Now let me show you the actual stencil, because this threw me.
Yes, it doesn't always look as it should or as it will when you've finished.
Yeah.
It's about giving you the shape, the basic shapes that you then provide the details around it. And that's the beauty of it, is you're creating it, you're the one that's doing the work. I'm just giving you that bit of structure to start you with.
It's amazing. So these are the stencils that you're going to be working with.
They don't look like anything, do they?
They don't
really?
at the moment.
No.
You've got a little bit of a job to do to show us how to use these, but I know it's going to be amazing.
Of course.
So this is light as a feather, $14.99 for these, and I'm already seeing some elements that I recognise here. The little rows of beads and these circles, and I now know how versatile these are.
I know, they're amazing, aren't they?
Yeah. It's just that concept of using them on their own, but then joining them up, using parts of them, using one edge. It just suddenly opens up a world of possibilities. So that is light as a feather. And of course, you're also getting an incredibly detailed booklet of designs, how to use the stencils, how to build up, first of all, the base, the outline, if you like, and then loads and loads of different ideas for how you can fill in, how you can do the tangling, which is creating the extra design. Now, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. I've shown you already this morning, and I'll show you some more samples where those designs are used differently. So for example, here at the bottom, you can see the feather done as a pure Sanntangle design, completely inked with a little bit of extra colour, a bit of shading just added in there in some of the designs. Now then, here's that design reinterpreted with some fusible applique.
Yep.
So you can use your templates to cut out Bondaweb or fabric and then glue stick it down. Either way works. And then you can add free motion quilting, you can add Sanntangling, there's even some hand stitch detail in there as well, some embroidery. And then this third way, which really celebrates both the outline, a basic outline, but then with gorgeous shading created using things like inks or what was the pencils you talked about?
Inktense.
Inktense pencils, fabric markers, you can even use crayons and heat set them, and some Sanntangling around the edge. So versatile. It's incredible. And every single one of them looks really different. $14.99 for that, but I must tell you, over half the stock has already gone. So if you want light as a feather, again, be quick. Now, our last new stencil for this hour, which is absolutely beautiful, is called Bird in Flight. I love this. Now, I want to show you, first of all, 3 little samples here, just to show you. At the bottom, a classic Sanntangle.
Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, a little bit of shading on there.
Beautiful. If you watched the earlier hour, you'll know that there is not a stencil for a bird in this Bird in Flight stencil, because Sandra is teaching us to fish rather than giving us a fish. So that one, now how have you done that, Sandra?
That one again has been a applique. So I've actually used, I've drawn the bird first and then cut one of the wings off and added them separately. Then I've used some machine embroidery stitches just to give it a little bit of detail. There's a little French knot there for the eye.
Gorgeous. And that's quick and easy. That could embellish a little gift bag. What a special thing to give. Beautiful. And then look at this at the top. Now that's something really special. How have you done that?
That's been machine stitched. As you know, I like to have my edges look nice and neat, and then I've used fabric paints with that one.
And some glittery kind of...
Yeah, it's fabric paint.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you have to have a bit of sparkle in there.
So if you're someone very much like me who loves a play, get all the stuff out on the table.
Absolutely. You can just have so much fun with it.
Amazing.
And it depends who you're doing it for, doesn't it? If you want it to look like a little hanging for yourself, do what you want to do. If it's for a gift for a friend, then you think about the friend and the colours, and you could change the position of the wings and whatever you have coming out the feathers and things. So.
Now, do you want to have your mind blown? Let me show you the stencil that you're going to use.
Oh, wait for this one.
I was like, is this the right stencil? Is this definitely for the birds?
I know. When I draw it, you'll see it. But at the moment, it doesn't look anything like a bird.
I'm like, okay.
That's the fun of it.
Okay. How amazing.
Yeah.
I promise you from that comes that.
It does. I will start from scratch. I will draw that bird.
That is called Bird in Flight. And you've got, again, a really full and detailed description. And look at all these borders as well. These borders, Sandra, do I need a separate stencil?
No, the actual stencil, if you have a look on the stencil, there's some little lines around the edge.
Yes.
There's your frame.
But with that, I can do all of this?
Yeah, and two sizes, yeah.
Serious?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Trust me.
I'm seriously impressed. Look at that. Could I really create something like that?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I'm excited now. We're doing the feather first,
Yeah,
though, aren't we?
we're doing the feather
We'll do the
first.
feather first. Right, are we ready?
Yeah.
Shall we?
Oh.
Shall we? Oh, okay. Right, so I thought I'll start from scratch because, as you say, you look at the designs, you think there's no way. So here's my stencil, here's my instructions, and this is what I'm going to get in there. I think I've got all the bits and pieces. Yeah. So you've got a smaller feather, which is what I've used for the samples. You've got something slightly larger. Looks a bit like a leaf. I understand that. Slightly different shape, but then you can mix the two together. And then around here you've got the extra shape. So you've still got the same shape there, but it depends how you like to draw around it. And then I've got some little splatters. You can see I've actually inked through there. You can see a bit of colour. And then some tiny little feathers and some little droplets. So lots of things that you could actually use as well to sort of start to enhance it. Are we intrigued?
I'm really intrigued.
All right,
And I know you are at home
okay.
as well.
Here we go then. So I'm going to move everything out of the way and I'm just going to use this one.
It's so affordable too,
Yes.
Sandra, because the twin pack of pens and one of the stencils is under £20.
It is.
Which for you know what could be a whole new craft, but will also integrate into what you already do so beautifully.
Absolutely. And everything that you create from this is unique. So if you wanted to do something special, if you wanted to do this and then sell them, you could ask for a premium because you've drawn it. I'm just giving you the structure. So as long as you don't photocopy the instructions and draw around the designs and say, right, I'm going to sell this.
Right.
As long as you've done something with it, it's your artwork. Once you put pen to paper or pen to fabric, it's your artwork, not mine.
So we can make and sell.
Make
You're
and
fine
sell,
with that.
absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So I've actually got here my little leaf or feather shape, and I've got these little notches and these little lines. So if I just sort of turn it at a bit of an angle, actually I think what I'm going to do, just going to bring another piece underneath it so we can
see the lines of the mat, can't we?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, where is it? That's it. There you go.
That's easier
better.
to see.
All right. So what I'm going to do to start with, I'm going to make this a little bit longer, just because I can.
So what pen are you using to create these marks?
Just for this, I'm using the erasable one.
Okay, like a friction pen.
Yeah, just so I can see where I'm headed with it. So here we go. I'm going to bring this line in. You see, I've followed the lines. I'm like joining the dots, really, isn't it? Bringing it down here. And then this one, I'm going to take up to the point. There we go. So there's sort of my vein, the centre bit. Now what I can do with this, because I know that's going to stay, is I'm going to come in with my 03. Now again, you notice I'm turning my fabric a lot because it's all about being relaxed with it. Let's just put that vein in there. See, let's make it a little bit thinner.
So this is your 03 fine.
This is my fine liner. Yeah, this is the
permanent
one that's going to stay. Okay. So before I actually, there we go. Before I actually sort of do this, I'm going to add a little ribbon around. It's a little letter S, look.
Okay.
Make another letter S.
Oh, stop! That looks amazing, and that was
Another.
really.
Just the letter S. And then I can draw this bit in now. There you go. All right, so that's that first bit. Actually, is my iron on? If I just bring that in, look at that, it's like magic, look.
That's incredible.
Yeah?
Look at that. It's so cool.
Okay, so let's look at the rest of it then. We've got these little marks. I'm going to use them to help me out. This first one here, I'm going to come around here. So I'm following the shape. I'm going to follow that line, look, and create this top section. Okay, top bit. Now I'm going to come back in with my erasable just so I can gauge where I'm going with it. So here, look, I'm going to draw this one here. But I'm not going to go all the way here. I'm going to follow it down there. So I've got another shape. Then let's draw another one here. Maybe then I'm going to bring another one in there. See, a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
So every single time you do this, you're going to have a different shape. But because you've got these lines in to help you, it's going to sort of give you something to go off. It's a little bit of a guide. So I'm going to come back to my regular fine liner. And let's start with this one down the bottom here. You can see where it's coming, can't you?
Really can.
So let's put this line in. Okay, happy with that one. I think here I'm just going to make that a little bit narrower. I can do that because I've got my guidelines.
Yeah.
And then let's fill it with some lines. So again, you see I'm going from point to point, and just doing what we call that echo or aura. Working my way around. Let's do another one. And then another one. You see I'm going side to side each time because this middle section, I'm going to put a little bubble in the middle there. Okay, it doesn't have to be round, it's a bubble. And then I'm going to work first one side, just following those bubbles all the way around. Now I start in the middle because I think it's a great way to sort of get to grips with your shape. And then as you work further around, see if I was going to start here, my bubble would be really little.
Yeah.
And my hands doesn't quite get used to it. So starting with the biggest bit and then getting smaller, see how it fills?
I love that already.
And then we could fill this in.
So cool, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's just brilliant.
There we go. So I'm not going to fill them all, but you can see where that's going to head. And then the next one, let's do this one. So I'm going to draw this one in now. And I'm going to put a bit of a grid in here. Now we did this one a little bit earlier, but this one's not quite as random. So you see, lines this way. And you can take as long as you want with this. You can really take your time. Or this, you know, sometimes you think, I just want to put something down and have a go. So
now I know that there will be
quick.
people out there thinking, saying to them, could I use a ruler? Should I?
If you want to use a ruler, that's absolutely fine. You can use a ruler.
You're not averse to that?
No, but you know, sometimes it's just give it a try, even if you use, you know, an erasable pen, and like we did this morning, give it a try and then you can raise it off again. And rub it out.
Cute.
There we go. And I'm going to fill in these little lines again. See, and just put these little shapes. So it starts to create, it's like a little crazy paving kind of thing, isn't it? But this one's a little bit more structured than the one we did this morning. We sort of did just random lines in that butterfly wing, didn't we?
So actually, some of the skills I'm learning here, I could use on my butterfly or my saint with flowers.
Absolutely, yeah. If you like it, you can do it. Right, so this one out, I'm not going to draw another one of these in. I'm actually going to come in with little swirls, and I'm going to fill up this bottom section. It's almost like they're clustering together. They want to sort of be part of this little group here. And then
again, very quilty.
Exactly. And do you know, I think it must have some origins in quilting because a lot of the shapes.
Well, do you know what this reminds me very much, and I don't know if you think this at home, it's reminding me of black work embroidery, which I absolutely love. I love black work and gold work, but I always look at it and think, maybe when I retire, because that would take months, whereas what you're doing takes hours.
Yeah. I mean, you can do something in as little as, if you really want to do it start to finish, in as little as I'd say half an hour. 40 minutes. You see how this started to sort of come out?
And you've gone outside the lines.
I've gone outside the lines.
Scary.
Yay.
I'm scared now.
Oh, but so much fun. It's like being liberated, isn't it? You see how they're really clustered and then they sort of come on out?
Yeah.
So let's just bring a little line in here. So I'm just sort of, again, the instructions show you how to do this, but I'm doing that little aura again, just to get that shape in.
And don't forget as well, twice a week, Sandra Rushton on her Facebook page does Facebook Lives.
Yes.
And that's on a Tuesday, Thursday?
Tuesday, Friday, 2 o'clock. Yeah, so you see I do all that around there. This bit here, you know that one that you did this morning?
The leaf.
The two little lines.
Yeah.
Little smile.
Yeah.
Leaf.
I remember that.
And then we can do a little cluster of those. Working my way around. Now see, this time I'm not really going in the lines here. I'm sort of filling this space in. So I'd keep on with that. I'd keep working it. And a brilliant thing to fill in is bubbles. So if we include lots of different size bubbles all in that little gap. Let's have a little curl coming out here little
Yeah, you're
curl.
sort of learning different infills, aren't you? And if you've got a
That's it.
space that needs something, you can put a little infill in.
Exactly. You see how it's working? And let's think gems. Some gems in here.
And I love as well on the other sample how you've done like a running stitch on your
Yes.
ribbon.
No, I'll bring the other one out. So you can see where it started. That's the whole point. I didn't want to sort of bring the other one in immediately and sort of say, oh, this is what you end up with. But you can see there, if I just take that half away, how it's starting to change. So at this point you can add extras to it. So here we go. I've got one. This is my cushion cover. So you see there where I've done the same designs in those. I've got my swirls and I've added some of these little curls. There's my ribbon. There's our little leaves. So doing this little bit.
These are so cute.
I'll show you those. So what I have done here is I've got my little stencil and you see I've got some little feathers, because I know trying to draw feathers is a bit awkward. So these I've actually brought in. See, I've got a little one there, and I want them to sort of look like they're blowing away. So that's where we could bring in those extra little bits and pieces. See, I've used the big one there, but I don't want to do it there. So I've got a really little one there, look, into that one. And this is where as well this little bit comes in, this little spatter, because you think, okay, what do I put around there? We've got bubbles here, but we can come in, you could ink this with a bit of a sponge and a bit of fabric paint, but pick a few bits and pieces that you sort of think, oh, I quite like the look of those, and then start to add those in as well.
And of course you're inking on a light solid background, but this could be hand-dyed fabric, marbled fabric.
Do you know, if you imagine that, or you imagine the batiks, if you have a lighter batik, drawing this over the top of those, divine.
Absolutely
divine.
Amazing. You're loving it. Single figures.
I'll just show you this one.
Of the feather when you've checked
and
out.
then I'll show you the bird. So here, look, these. I've drawn a curve, and you put a little leaf on the top, and then little leaves down the side, and then down the side. Now, if you wanted to, you could put a little line up. If you want to, you could change this for a bubble. You could have 2 little leaves either side to make little flowers. And it starts that, you see how it's starting to grow.
Oh, I can.
And then again, bring in my little dots. Now the beauty with this, see, I've given you 2 different size dots. So here's my little dots, and I've got little gems hanging off. So these could be iron-on gems, you could colour them in, whatever you sort of want to do with them.
But they're not freehand drawn, are they? You've got little gems
You've got
here.
little shapes there, yes, so I've used those.
Also this little sort of tulip here
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah, and this is lovely. The tulip will actually fit in the larger, like fleur-de-lis kind of shape as well. So if you want to add it to this bit here, so you could do that as a full background.
Wow.
Or I think one of the shapes, let's have a look. If I look at the instruction here, look, you've got one there.
Yeah.
And then here at the top, I've used it to sort of start my feather off.
It's extraordinary.
So, yeah, and you see little droplets going off and things. So that is really where you go. You'd put little gems on there, you'd fill it in, you add a bit of colour.
Am I right as well?
Lovely.
My mind's racing now.
Oh, go for it.
Once you've done your tangling
Yes.
on your plain fabric, could I then wet it down and use things like inks or fabric dyes to sort of like almost tie-dye the back? Well, not tie-dye, but
You could,
bleed.
absolutely, yeah. Now, it depends on what fabric dyes you use. It depends whether you want to have the pen slightly underneath it, if that makes sense, so it's a bit more subtle, or you want the pen over the top. You'd have to make that decision as to what you wanted to do.
A message for you, Sandra.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Stuart and Sandra. These patterns remind me of crewel work embroidery. Yes, I was thinking that too, Julie.
Yes.
Which I love, but this way is so achievable. Lots of love, Julie.
Oh, do you know, I'm really pleased you said that, because we wanted to sort of bring them and show you the lovely samples, but we also wanted to show you how you could do it. And we did talk about this earlier. It's very easy to say, this is easy, but I wanted to show you, then you can make your own mind up as to whether you think it's for you or not. It's not for everybody, but it's so much fun.
Yeah, oh
So
gosh.
much fun.
Everybody doodles.
Everybody, yeah, you all do. Even if you did it ages ago and you think, I don't do it anymore,
Yeah.
everybody doodles. And that's what this is, and it just grows with you.
And also what I love is
lovely,
you're
isn't it?
creating a framework,
Yes.
but of course remember that your individual interpretation of the Santangles will be unique to you. So my leaf wasn't exactly like Sandra's, and that's not the point. You've got that basic structure, but then you put your personality and your style into it as well.
Do you know, that's the beauty of it though, isn't it? It's yours.
Of course
and
it is.
everybody's is different. Even if you were your friends and you got your friends around and you're all drawing the same feather, you're not going to end up with the same feather.
No.
It's just lovely to see.
It really is. So, just to recap, we've got light as a feather. Now, there are more of these in baskets than we have stock of. So, I urge you, those people that have got it in baskets, please check out, and then you'll secure your light as a feather stencils. You totally demystified those stencils for me.
I know.
I get them now.
Wait for the next one.
Yeah, yes, quite. I think we're all waiting for that. Plus you get your full instructions, of course, as well, for how to use the stencils, how to tangle within and outside those lines, but also just loads of inspiration. Then we've got Bird in Flight. This is again the stencil for tangling. This one, I think we definitely need to see how this comes together, because from that you get hello. Yeah. So not getting that at the moment. Well, I'm sort of getting that, Sandra.
Yeah, you get that. When you
Sort
look
of.
at it, you see it, you think, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
right there.
I'm definitely getting snowman Christmas tree.
It's right there.
But I'm sort of seeing in the wings, but we will get there, don't worry. $14.99, and we're going to see that one next. Now, we have had lots of people asking about different fabrics and what we could use, perhaps to combine with santangling. So I just want to give you a little bit of inspiration on screen now for fabrics that you might go for. So these are Japanese fabrics from Sevenberry. These are produced in Japan and imported into the UK. This is Flowers on Red.
That already looks tangled,
It does.
doesn't it? And you could do a little bit in the white flowers and the cream, but your actual darker flowers have actually got tangles in them already. Already there.
It's really cool, and the background too.
Yes.
Could inspire you, couldn't it? So that's $7.49 per half metre. That would be lovely to create a border or maybe a little bit of patchwork to go with your santangling. Or as Sandra said, integrate, do some tangling within the fabric. What about a plique? Add in some extra elements. Now our next fabric that we've got, same design, but in a light pink. So this is more of those kind of gorgeous, like cherry blossoms. This would be lovely to create something like a gathered or Dorothy bag, and maybe have a little panel, maybe like sort of 4 by 6 inch panel of santangling sewn within that drawstring or Dorothy bag.
Amazing.
Really cute. Or a water bottle carrier or something like that with a little panel. Next one, this is $7.49 again, slightly bigger motifs in this one, again from Sevenberry, and gold print elements as well. And of course you can pick colours out of there with things like inks or pencils to add a bit of extra colour. This could be on the back of your cushion, a border, and then, you know, highlight the tangle on the front. And remember, these designs, the tangle designs, can be bigger, can't they?
Of course they can, yeah. You've got that 08 pen, so you can go bigger. It's whatever you want to do with it.
Yeah, you're just building up the picture.
Yeah.
2 more fabrics for you before we get on with the bird. This one again, all $7.49. This is Flower Bloom on Red. That's lovely. Yeah, I really like that. Gorgeous. $7.49 per half metre. And then the last one that we have got is coming right up. Yeah, more reds. Yeah, love. Well, it's a very lucky, happy colour, isn't it? In China, Japan. That's beautiful. Again, that's got the sort of tangled look to it already, hasn't it?
You know, I'm just thinking actually those butterfly wings from earlier, actually using that to applique the butterfly wings, but then having that on the back of a cushion cover so it all
Amazing.
matches.
Yeah.
That would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Beautiful.
Yes.
Integrate the two together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Fab.
yeah. course.
Now then, Sandra, we need to have words. Come on, there's no way, you're not telling me this becomes birds.
It is. Let me show you. Let me show you. All right. What I've done, I've put a cross in the sort of centre of my fabric so I know where I'm heading. Now what you want to do maybe is you want to take the body a little bit above because I want to have more for the tail. So here we go. Now again, you would number your stencils. I haven't numbered this one, but I know what I'm doing, honestly. But you would number your stencils because that helps with the instructions. And again, I'm just coming in with that pen so I can rub this out. So here's my body shape. And again, I've got a smaller version here. So I can tilt it whichever way I want. I can have my bird coming down, or I can have my bird straight, or slightly at an angle, which is what I'm going to do. So let's put that shape in there. Okay. Doesn't look like a bird yet. Well, hang on. So then let's have a look at the head. And again, with these stencils, I've put the shapes that you need close together. So again, I can choose the angle. Let's put that there. All right. And then I'm going to give it a little line here to sort of imagine the beak. Okay. So this is where the triangles come in. So I'm going to start with this first triangle, and I'm going to sort of, again, I'm going to angle it. Let's do it this way, up here and down there. So there's my first wing. So then the next one, so that was that one, next one here. And again, I can angle it wherever I want. And this one's going to go behind, isn't it? So we're only going to see part of it.
Understood.
All right.
That's starting to look like a bird
There
now.
we go. So you're just going to see that little bit there. Okay. So next thing we're going to do then, I'm going to come in with pen. So this is non-erasable.
Now, if you were a bit, a bit more of a novice like me, we could keep going with the heat erasable. You could keep going with the
heat erasable, yeah. You could try it on paper and then you could trace it if you wanted to. Honestly, there are no rules with this, no rules. So here we go. I'm going to start here. And I'm going to come on in and put a little curve there. Okay, little curve. And then I'm going to do something similar there. Look, I'm not going to really see all the curve in, but it's going to sit there. Okay. And then I'm going to follow the shape here. I'm going to come up and back down. It's like a large loop. And then same again. And again. And each time I'm just going to get a little bit shorter. And now I'm going to come out the triangle because we've sort of got the idea now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to work around that curl.
Oh, it's cute. I like that.
Same with this one. Let's take that all the way down there. So up again, follow those lines and along and along.
I suppose what you've done in a sense with the stencil there is, I've bought books on drawing theory before now, which sort of say to, map out the bear, the cat, the bird with circles and ovals. But that still feels unsupported.
It's very scary, isn't it? It's
your
still
stencil
scary.
is the support.
It's the support, and your proportions are going to be
There's
right.
the bird.
Here's my bird. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to go all the way around that. I'm going to bring it round and put a curl. And then let's do the same here, round and put a curl. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to get rid of that erasable pen now.
It's mesmerising.
There's our bird. So
It's mesmerising.
our eyes, we want a little side down smile along there.
Can I ask? It's been terribly interfering,
No,
but
please.
hopefully I'm doing what you at home are doing, thinking, could I use a triangle as a tail if I wanted to have a tail coming off
of course,
here?
and you've got 4 different size triangles. Honestly, once you've followed the instructions and you've created your own or my version, you'll go, I could try this, I could try that, and how does this work, and how does that work? Before you know it, this is what you're ending up with.
Yeah.
Oh, shall I go a bit more? Shall I add a
Yes,
bit more?
please.
All right. So what I've actually done on my instructions is the pole that I've just lost because I've ironed it out. I put that in, but let's do the tail first. So I'm going to bring in some more curls, and you've seen this a lot in my work recently because curls are one of it's quite straightforward to do. We can all do them, but then from here you see me do these little lines and then little flowers. Let's take it one step further. I'm just going to add a little bit of thickness to those. Okay, because then what we can do with these, and I'll do the same on those, is we can add little bubbles inside, And this is where you can take it a little bit further, because you can start to add more and more depth as you're going. So that's where this one starts. But then you can take a line from this and come round. And then come down a little bit and around.
Oh.
And around. And around. See? And let's do the same on the other side. So I'm not doing anything really scary here, because I'm following what's already there and just adding these lovely little shapes on. Now we could take them all the way round until you have no more space. Or we could actually bring in one of those lovely little flowers. Let's do 3 lines, look, and let's do a little row of bubbles. And then instead of having, we did a loop before, let's have a loop, but put like a little M on the top. A loop, a little M on the top.
Oh, okay.
Little M on the top. Let's have a couple of little flicks there.
So literally you change one part of the design and it's a brand new design, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, that
Look
looks
at that. How lovely
gorgeous.
is that? Now I have actually got some little leaf shapes. If I just show you quickly the instructions here, little leaf shapes.
Yeah.
Now you can draw them freehand if you want, or you could come in there, the stencil.
Yeah.
And see, I've got this little shape here. So I could put some of those in where I want them. You know, if you want a little bit of structure again, let's add a few in. Maybe one up here.
And again, always, if you want to experiment, grab your erasable.
Exactly, grab that and
then nothing's
yeah,
permanent.
No, and then you can come in and you can add. You see, I've used the shape, but I've just taken like a little V out.
Yeah.
As such. There we go. Another one there. So each one's going to be different. And then adding a line. But now this is kind of nice, because you bring a line, you've got nowhere to end it.
Right.
So we use bubbles.
Okay.
Let's bring this one in. So you could even add little bubbles on the end there. I'm thinking your gems are going to start to come in here. All sorts of things.
Or things like French knots,
Oh,
little
goodness
seed
me,
beads
yes.
that you could stitch on.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring the one in that takes it a little bit further on. Here we go. Now, what have I done with this one?
Wow.
Okay.
Blinged it up.
You can see the bird. You can see where these lovely little feathers have come in.
Yeah.
We've just drawn them. I've got the bubbles inside, and then I've got these flowers. So yes, I've actually machine stitched these lines in, just to sort of give me that little hint of pink. And I've done the same around the frame, which I get a chance, I'll show you the frame in a minute.
Yes, please.
But then of course adding extra little bits and pieces in here. So we're going to bring in a little loop, just a little loop on the end. And it's nice to do them sort of in 2s or 3s. You can sort of keep going, see? And then maybe bring a few
so
round
elegant.
here. It's just beautiful, isn't it? And you know, it's nice to have the little feathers, but you've drawn this, you've done it. And then you see the pole, I've added that ribbon like before.
Yeah.
And then here, that's little leaves. Let's bring a few little leaves in. So
Oh, and do you see as well, just I want to show in the top in a second, where you've done like a log cabin centre to a flower, which is so cute.
Yes. I'll go back and I'll show you how to do that. And this bit here. Oh.
Yeah.
So it's my bag, it's part made, look. That one there. This is where it sort of gives you a little bit of structure, because your bird on its own looks great if you want it in air. If you want it sort of
Well, I was just
positioned.
thinking you could use if you got say it with flowers,
Yes.
you could actually create a big flower and a stem and leaves, and
absolutely.
have the sort of hummingbird drinking from the flower.
Absolutely, yes. They all work together if you want to do that kind of thing. You could even bring some butterflies in. There's my little pole, look. There's my circle for the flower on top. And as we did before, that little S, and make it a little bit thicker if you want. You see how it just brings that little shape round. And then the bottom, we let it run a little bit wild. And then you draw this in. But doing this top section, this lovely flower, and then I'll do a quick one on the frame. So
Fantastic.
I can actually come in freehand if I want. Okay, well, there you go, a little bubble there. Now this is how we draw all our flowers. So again, if you want to sort of mark it off, we can line it up. So we're splitting our sections each time. Again here, so I've split this in the middle. Don't measure them, just sort of go by eye.
Lovely.
and then come on in with your pen and fill in each one of those sections. And you know that when you get to the end, you're going to have enough space to create your flower. There you go. And then if you wanted a larger for the middle, if I just draw it here with my erasable, you would create a curve here and here. And then here and here, here. You see how it works? Now, it doesn't matter what shape you've got, you can do this in any of the shapes. There you go. Or you could do, I'll show you another one.
Well.
I'll get carried away now, look. You could do, let's do a squarey shape in the middle of that one. And then let's do a round. Then a little square again. Then a round. Then another square.
Brilliant.
And a round.
Lucy's messaged in from Lincolnshire saying, "Oh, I'm totally mesmerised, Sandra. I should be working."
No, well, it's research and development, isn't
We
it?
won't tell. We won't tell. What happens on Sewing Street stays on Sewing Street.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll never know. They'll never know.
It is though, and one of our producers from our sister channel, Hobby Maker, came into the gallery earlier on, and I heard her say, I could watch her all day. I could watch her all day. And I'm exactly the same. I'm just like, I want to see everything.
Oh.
So you're using the frame now.
I am, yes. And again, I'm coming in with that erasable pen. You see, on fabric particularly, they're really good.
Yeah.
Because you can put everything in and then you can rub out what you don't need.
And you can mix and match with this, can't you? You could be using this frame with butterflies,
Yes.
flowers, whatever
Absolutely.
you like.
Yeah, so if you wanted to add, say, extra flowers down here, or you wanted something up the top as a frame, you could do that. So there's my sort of, speaking of frames, there's my frame. And what I'm going to do again is I'm going to split up the space. So I'm going to start by taking out the corners. Okay? If you feel you need to, you can join those together, you see, but I need to. Done the corners. So then what I'm going to do, I'm going to imagine halfway between this one and this one. And there's my line. And then halfway, halfway, and then halfway again. You see how it's giving me that little bit of structure there? And the same again here, halfway, and halfway, halfway. So that's how you would go all around. And I wouldn't put a frame bit round here. I want the feather and the tail to sort of hang. So we'd probably stop around here kind of thing. What we then do, we come in with pen again. And what I'm going to do is start in the corners. I'm going to put like that little leaf shape. And then if I draw my little curves first this way, and this is a nice habit to get into, is to actually do one curve one way and then go the next.
Okay.
Because if you try and do this one, then this one, this one, then this one, you sort of lose the flow.
Right.
You see, now I'm going to come back in and I'm going to draw that one in. There you go.
And again, you've gone straight in with permanent pen, but you could use your erasable.
Yeah, you can use whatever works for you. There are no rules with this. If you want to, say, draw it on paper and trace it, you can do that. You see? So we've got that
Brilliant.
little shape there. Then I'm going to come in and put some little loops on either side. Look. So I'm going up that line, loop, 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 loop. Now, if yours is a little bit wider there, you could do a loop in the middle and one either side, but it's quite narrow. So I'm going to stick with sort of those little loops there, even there on the edge, look.
Yeah.
Loop, loop.
And there's so much here that translates to quilting.
Yes.
I've been teaching machine quilting for many, many years, and it's one of the things I teach. Dividing your border up into even sections so that you've got a structure, not just, you know, a 6.5 inch by 90 inch strip of fabric that you've somehow got to fill. You're chunking it up, and then within those chunks, you're again breaking them down exactly as you are, Sandra.
Yeah, just very, very small sections in one go. If I just move out now, I could leave that border on if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But you see there, just having it on its own. Of course, I've erased my little pole there again, But you see how that works?
Determined to get rid of that.
I know.
Jackie's got in touch to say, like Sandra, I am totally mesmerised by this. So beautiful.
Do you know, you're going to absolutely love it. You really are. It's just a little bit different, and it just means if you're following a pattern, even like a dress pattern, anything, putting something like this on it just makes it
Amazing.
unique. It's so
Yeah.
personal.
It really is.
And
it really is.
you'll have so much fun, and you just want to keep adding and changing things and trying new bits and pieces, and it's just fun to do. Really is good fun.
Photos to share with you, Sandra, and you at
brilliant.
home as well. This is from Amanda, who's in Somerset.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, I love to tangle and add it to my doodles.
Oh, fantastic. That's how detailed is that?
Amazing.
But that's what you can achieve, you know. It's it's lovely.
Gorgeous, and the colour. Just imagine that on fabric.
I know.
Absolutely beautiful, so inspiring. But the real inspiration, Sandra, has come from you this morning.
Oh, thank
Just
you.
blown me away, and I know that Sandra's demonstrations have blown you away as well at home. So many of you are going to be tangling.
I know.
Come
it's
back really
exciting.
soon.
I know. Hello.
Honestly, thank you so much for this
no,
morning.
it's been real good fun. It's been nice to actually have a little bit of feedback and to speak to people that might not have done it before.
Sure.
And you just know that they're going to have a go. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're going to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Can't wait to do my own tangling. You are on our sister channel this afternoon, I believe. Tell me more.
I am, yes. I've got a few new bits and pieces. There's a couple of little background stencils. You might find a new sketch pad. I'm not telling you anything else.
What time will you be on?
1 and 3 this afternoon.
1 and 3, so don't go anywhere at the end of Sewing Street this morning at 1 o'clock. Just stay on the channel. You can go straight on to Hobby Maker, and Sandra will be the first out.
A bee would be lovely in fabric. So I'll have a look at what I'm doing this afternoon at 1 o'clock, and
I do love a bee.
Translate it.
I do love a bee. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see you again.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Now let's just go through what we have left. Bird in Flight. Bird in Flight, absolutely gorgeous. So this is the one we've just seen Sandra demystify. So to begin with, I think we were all thinking, hang on, how does that work? Sue's got in touch, I'm sorry to say. I wasn't supposed to buy any more this month, but I couldn't resist. It's something different though, isn't it?
It's an investment as well, because every single one is going to be different, and you're not doing the same thing over and over. You're actually developing your skills and your creativity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just thinking like those borders that you've got included on this stencil, and how, yes, you can use them just as they are, as a kind of broken, almost Art Deco style border. You could use that as a guideline for then, filling in with embroidery stitches. But also you saw how Sandra chunked that up and then filled in those details. Those are great skills to learn and then translate to quilting, embroidery, applique. Just beautiful. Bird in Flight. And of course, if you want to create an applique, do a basic drawing on paper, use that as your template, and then trace Bondaweb shapes off of that, and then you can create a fabric bird, as Sandra has done on this little sample right here in the middle. So that's our Bird in Flight. Now we've also got Light as a Feather. Talking of birds, single
it's beautiful
figures.
Though, isn't it?
Really lovely.
It's beautiful.
I tried doing a wall hanging years ago in fabric with a feather on it, and everything was going great until the feather, and that was when my drawing skills let me down. With the stencils from Sandra, you're completely supported, because you've got those basic shapes, you've got those guidelines that are going to help you to locate the really important bits, like the spine of the feather and the sort of outer edges. And then you can go in and fill in the details. And actually, once you've got that basic shape, that's when it starts to look like a feather, like a bird,
Yes.
It's having those basics. You also, with each of the stencils, get a really detailed, fabulous sort of course in Zantangling, so that you learn how to use the stencil that you've bought, how to be creative with it, overlap,
absolutely.
draw beyond the lines.
Yes, scary.
It's about to sell out. It's about to sell out.
Feather's beautiful.
It is lovely.
They're all beautiful. But you say a feather, you think, I know what a feather looks like. It's really easy. But when you try and actually draw it, it's not so easy. So actually having that shape just to start you, and then it's amazing what you can actually then do with it.
It's really
just
cool.
Comes together, doesn't
Thinking
it?
as well about like dream catchers, where you can draw a circle and Zantangle inside that, but then you have the feathers dropping off it. Loads of good ideas. Butterfly flower. we do have single figures of this left. £14.99, 3 different sizes of butterfly, 5 different sizes, sure, no, loads of different sizes. There's loads of
Mix and
different
match them all
Mix and
together.
match.
There's so many
Gosh,
things there, yeah.
so many different
Imagine
little
doing a big
ones.
long table runner with all the butterflies going all the way up. That'd be lovely,
Gorgeous,
wouldn't it?
absolutely amazing.
Lovely.
Not something you'd put a casserole on though.
Oh, no. Tables are not for
Just for
food,
show.
they're just for show.
Just for show. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just for show. Beautiful. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. Now, absolutely amazing. We've had storms this week. The light's been terrible. I don't know about you. I've been trying to sew and knit at home, but not easy in the current light situations. And also, of course, we're getting into autumn and winter now. The lighting is going to be poor. So we just wanted to highlight on the show this fab lighting from Native Lighting. We've got exclusivity up till Monday from Native Lighting. You can't get this anywhere else. And the price at the moment is being held at $139.99. On Monday it will go up. Now this is a 3-in-1 lamp. Let me talk you through that. Your basic unit, you've got a daylight bulb right here and a magnifying surface, really decent actually. Let me just tilt that so you can see that a little more. You've got this massive magnifying surface, and then underneath you've got your LED lighting all around the outside edge, daylight lighting. So this is task lighting. So you've got your tabletop, and this is a really good solid heavy base to this table lamp. So that's great. You're working at a table, all is good, you've got your lighting. Now you want to move somewhere where you do not have a flat surface that you can put the base on. So this time we're going to use our edge clip. So this is a really good solid clip that we can adapt so we can fit the lamp into the top of this and then screw this onto something like, this could be the arm of a chair, if you've got like a sort of wooden armed chair. This could be a small table that sits next to you. This could be, you know, even if you've got like a windowsill that sticks out far enough that you can get this on, you could fix it to that so that you've got a surface. So that's our second way. Our third way to use the lamp is you actually have, this is all, we've got them set up as 3 separate lamps, but of course you've got this as one lamp. So on this one, you've got your base, but then you've got an extra pole here and this connector, which is going to go into the gooseneck of the lamp, so that you can have this as a floor lamp. And if I just lift this down again so that you can see, so if you're sitting down, this is going to angle absolutely beautifully over where you're working, and you'll be able to look straight through the magnifying. If you want to, or if you just want beautiful daylight lighting on whatever you're working on, it could be your knitting, you can do that. Now we're literally down to our last 30. We are exclusive, but just until Monday, and then the price will go up. We've got absolutely everything we could get from Native Lighting. You know how demanding we are. I am. So when those 30 have sold out, we will have to have another conversation with Native Lighting about whether we can get any more in, particularly before Christmas. This is one of those kind of, I'm thinking now, Christmas presents to yourself, to a loved one who crafts, who maybe, as I was about 2-3 years ago, I had to take a little bit of a critical look at why I wasn't crafting as well in poorer lighting. And I was thinking, do I need to get glasses? Do I need to get kind of extra readers? And actually the turning point for me was extra lighting. The eyesight's good enough, but without the lighting, I can't do things in low level lighting anymore. I need those task lights. This is a 3-in-1. All right, I'm getting old. Yeah, a little older. But, you know, actually what it did, I was working on some cross stitch at the time, and what it did was it went from like 5 stitches per minute that were laborious and painful to being able to whiz through and go back to my normal daylight speed and accuracy. Really helped me. So that's our Native Lighting. Grab it while you can. All right, we are going to go to a break. And when we come back, we're going to be celebrating, commemorating and remembering the Battle of Britain with Delphine Brooks and a fabulous couple of designs that she's going to share with us. And we've got some fantastic photographs of Delphine when she was in the RAF and the police force to share with you as well, and talk a bit about her military background. We'll leave you with a few of the makes just to wet your whistle. Talking of wetting your whistle, love that. Love that. Talking of wetting your whistle, I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea, and I'll see you back here in about 3 minutes.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
I wasn't joking about the tea. I never joke about serious things like that. Anyway, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's fantastic to have your company this morning on this, well, I was going to say bright Thursday, but it's really not, is it? It's a good day for being in. It's a good day for being inspired by fabric and amazing guests. This hour we've got Delphine Brooks back.
Hello again.
Hey, good to see you back.
Yeah, good to see you.
Delphine, you've done Battle of Britain, RAF inspired,
Yep.
very close to your heart. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so as some of you know, I was in the military, so I was in the RAF. Also, my dad was also in the Air Force. When I was first joined the RAF, I actually joined as a steward, and I was in the officers' mess. And we used to do functions and stuff, and you used to have to take it in turns doing a function, and the Battle of Britain was actually my function that I organised.
Okay.
And then I got my wings and I started to fly, and then yeah, so
The rest is history, or
yeah,
not, my
but
goodness.
But it's always also continued. So my husband Nick, he's a real keen flyer. He'd love to do his PPL, but he's got his own. He used to have his own glider. He's got a glider license. And also my boys are really into planes as well, so we're really into like air shows and stuff. So I really enjoy going to the air shows and things as well.
Fabulous. So close to your heart.
Yeah, and the BBMF, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, is the one that I always check the schedules to see what's actually going to be flying on some of them. So I really like going to RIAT, all of those.
Yeah.
I just like planes. So.
We've got some photographs, Delphine, of you when you were in the RAF. These are wonderful. Look, absolutely amazing.
Oh, look at my braces. Look at them.
What braces? You
I've
mean
got
braces on your teeth?
Yeah.
How can you see them from there? You
Well,
just
I can
know
see.
they're there.
It's that one in the blue T-shirt. I don't know where I am there. I think I might be. Oh, well, it's looking a bit sandy. So I don't. No, I think that's Ascension Island actually.
Could be there or the Norfolk Broads. Who knows?
And then the other one, I'm definitely in Hawaii on the one on the right.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Nice little clue there with the lay. Welcome to South Carolina.
Yeah.
So we know where that is.
That's
What about the other?
yeah, it's Shore Air Force Base. It's an American air. That's one on VC-10. That was, and the one when I'm in the Sandy flying suit. That was Christmas. That was the Christmas I was in Iraq.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So, I mean, you've got a really, really rich and diverse past.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, you're not kidding. But I mean, just amazing life experiences.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, when I was in the RAF, you know, I travelled the world, you know.
Yeah.
It was an incredible journey. The memories I've got, you know, and the friendships you make. But oh yeah, it was
big experiences.
Yeah.
But also really influenced who you are and what you do now.
I like to think so, because I've just gone full circle back to where I started.
Because you started with textiles.
I started with art and textiles.
But in the middle there was the police officer phase as well, which we need a picture
about
of.
6 years and look.
Yeah, love. Hello.
Oh,
All I can hear is the Bill theme tune in the background,
dear.
and you walking along.
That one on the right, that's when I just qualified, and the one on the left was when, because I really wanted to do public order. So, you know, like with all the helmets and stuff, that's me doing my public order training. I'm actually pregnant there.
Okay.
I didn't know. I was pregnant with Charlie. Yeah.
And I love the bob.
I know, I got rid of the bob. Yeah, it's just easier to tie my hair up.
So cool though, it's so cool.
That's very cringe. So nobody sees those pictures, and now they're all out there for everyone
Well,
to see.
I think you should be so proud of them.
Dear.
It's just absolutely brilliant, and we thank you for your service as well. Now, it is very important to you, and it's very important to a lot of us that we remember the sacrifices made in previous conflicts. And the Second World War is something that is still something we think about a lot and remember, and rightly so. And so you've created some panels to commemorate and remember the Battle of Britain.
Yes, that's exactly what we've done with the 3 aircraft, the BBMF, like I said earlier.
And the Battle of Britain was a battle that was fought in the air.
It was. So it went on for 3 months, 3 weeks. I believe it was from the 10th of July to the 31st of October. So it was when Germany invaded Britain. And so what thing was so incredible about it was, I don't know the exact number, but I know it's about 750, 60 aircraft, what we had, whereas the opposition, the enemy, had about 2,500 aircraft. Obviously, I don't know the exact dates, the exact amount, can't remember, but that's pretty incredible that I mean, obviously we had some advances, that we were defending our homeland. We had radar, they didn't. But yeah, and it was an incredible time. And there's that saying, not so much, I can't remember, I get tongue-tied, never was so much owed by so many, by so few, which is really, I think Winston Churchill said that, but also the forces behind those few, you know, like, because the Air Force wasn't actually, it was separated from the armed forces about 1918. So if you think, it was still early, really, back in those early, and yet they still pulled it off. So yeah, pretty
and a
impressive.
Really key battle. And like you say, also lots of unsung heroes behind the scenes as well, who supported the people who actually went out into battle. It's an incredible period of time, and something that we should remember. Now, this panel is awesome, and just gives so many possibilities. It is big,
very
but
big.
also it just gives so many possibilities, and I just love seeing something that's a bit different. Love my florals, love my brights, but this is really good to see something that's a bit different. So you have this section at the top which has the sky and the planes. You have the aeroplanes in the centre, and then you have this whole section at the bottom which has this repeating sort of strip design of the Union flag. Lovely message from Collector, who is in Bristol, who says, what a miraculous lady. Good on you. My dad flew in Lancasters, but sadly never came home.
Oh, bless.
That's a really important message to have sent through.
Yeah,
Lots of people, it's about remembering somebody they've lost.
Exactly, yeah. And I think this is, you know, going to reach out to a lot of people. We all know someone that's been in the military, served, still serving, you know, in the family. So, and again, something different to bring you as well.
Yeah, fantastic. And your boys love this panel.
Yeah, my Lou, because he's all army, flying. He loves all the old aircraft. So we actually did Old Warden a few months ago, which is pre-World War One, some of the aircraft, and he loved it, every minute of it.
Awesome. This is a gorgeous cushion that you've made. This is using this panel and actually some of the background, the sort of sky in the background, some of the aircraft that have been bond-webbed, cut out and then appliqued to that background, and then really clever use of the union, like a thin strip to create like a bound edge. It's almost like a ribbon edge. Superb. And also, what a great way to sort of raise the conversation, or make maybe your children, your grandchildren aware of what went on, or just to, you know, get a conversation going, maybe between grandma, granddad, family history, and where your family were at that important time in Britain. Really cool project.
Yeah, it features the three, the Hurricane Spitfire and the Lancaster Bomber. So those three, the aircraft that were actually flew during the Battle of Britain.
It's really awesome. I took my dad some years ago to, in Yorkshire, we have RAF outdoor museum with some indoor stuff as well, all the different aircrafts. They have a NAFI that you can go in, and my dad was in the army but actually wanted to go in the RAF, but kind of just got sidelined but he absolutely loved it. It was just such a special day.
It was some of the best years of my life. Yeah, it really was. Yeah, so I've got some incredible memories, and I'm lucky that I've, you know, that I've lived through that life.
Amazing experience. Carol's got in touch from Somerset to say, you're making me emotional. Thank you, Delphine.
Oh, bless
It's important to feel these things, though, isn't it?
It's an important part of our history. You know, it really is. Really
where
important.
our family was at the time, you know, and what our family was going through, and also just kind of like reminding ourselves and our kids, our grandchildren, you know, of life, because it's in living memory. Still.
And the amount of people that sacrifice, you know, their lives for us to be here where we are now.
And then it also gets great conversations going about different careers, different technologies and things like that as well. And I know lots of kids and lots of adults actually are really into sort of aviation and the whole engineering side.
My husband is. He loves it. He's
it's fab, isn't it? I remember Dad, all he wanted to do was sort of see the tinkering inside, what's inside the engine.
That's my husband, he's an engineer. So when RAF Cosford Museum will go there and he'll spend hours just looking at engines.
Yeah, glorious.
Bless him.
Glorious. It's making very happy.
Yes,
it
does. It does.
A lovely message from Rosemary, who's in Northamptonshire, who says, hi Stuart and Delphine, we are members of the Shuttleworth collection and my husband takes my granddaughter regularly to look at the planes.
Amazing. We were actually at the Shuttleworth collection a few weeks ago.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Whereabouts is that?
Old Warden is where it's at. Where is it? It's down near Woburn. I know it's near Centre Parks in Woburn.
Okay.
That's only because we always see the sign when we go down there. And the boy's like, we're going to Centre Parks. Like, no.
No.
Go to look at planes. Yeah.
With Daddy. Looking at engines.
Looking at engines with Daddy,
Oh, fantastic. So that's our first panel. Huge panel, loads of inspiration for 1999. Our second panel that we've got, this is fab as well, love this. Can I just grab down the cushion that's behind you, Delphine? Love this too. Now this one, I really love what you've done here. You've used some of the squares, so the panel is squares, 5-inch squares, and then Delphine's used some of the other panel to create these bands. You could use solids. This would also work really well with cathedral window, but then I really love the embroidery that you've done here. Never was so much owed by so many to so few. And I just think that's a really beautiful thing to remember and a great project. Now then, let me show you the panel that this comes from. These square panels are often my favourites.
Yeah.
Because there's so much in there that
And
you
they're
could
so
make.
cleverly done. You know, I've got to really take, you know, say well done to Lou, who I worked with on this project. She's amazing. She's an incredible artist herself, and she just got the colours bang on. And
They are bang on, aren't they?
Yeah, and the whole vibe of it. She's done a really good job.
It's got that sort of mutedness to it. Anne's got in touch to say, hiya, my dad was squadron leader, pilot doing, and after World War II, he flew Lancaster Blenheim planes.
Wow.
Well done, Delphine.
Well done to you, Dad.
Yeah,
Crikey me. Yeah.
Absolutely. And what adventures.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, you've had some, but can you imagine?
Oh, that's a
especially
different scale. Like,
during the Second World War,
Yeah.
when a lot of people, you know, you were born and you were brought up and you lived your life in the same town
Yeah.
or village, or, you know, and suddenly you were up in the sky, you know, on the other side of the
Yeah.
world.
it was similar, obviously not World War level, but when I first actually got my wings, my training flight was supposed to be somewhere like Vegas or somewhere like that, and it was March 2003, and it was that morning, and it was like, it's all changed. You're now going to Basra.
Wow.
And that was it. We were in Basra, we were in an air traffic control tower. There was no aircon. There was just bullet holes everywhere, and it was sleep where you can find a space until Tent City was eventually built. But I remember then I was only very, you see my pictures, I was very young, but to me it was like cool, it was an adventure. But
Right.
looking back now and seeing the devastation through all of that,
Yeah.
it's an adventure, and it's something, you know, I've seen some things that you'll make your toes curl,
Yeah.
but I've also come out the other end of it, hopefully a stronger person. So.
Yeah. It's really
Yeah.
amazing experience, and
Oh, yeah.
real privilege
Yeah.
to hear you talk about it as well. Yeah. Something perhaps that you look back on and it's scarier than it felt at the time,
Yeah.
because you were in it.
Yeah, definitely. And in the police, you know, the amount of fights and people, you know, the attacks you have as just being a police officer, you know,
Yeah.
it's scary times. So give me a sewing machine any day.
Yeah. But
So-
also as well, I like how you said, you know, all of those experiences have been drawn into what you do,
Yeah.
because you do beautiful florals, you do fantasy, you do, you know, farmyard, but you also bring this experience and, you know, things that matter to you
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Which I just
Thank
think
you.
is beautiful, and I really love how this has all come together in this panel. The colours are great, the designs are terrific, aren't they? And these would make some great cushions. They would make some, you could make a bed runner. This would make a great banner, actually,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, and just celebrate what they achieved, you know.
Yeah,
And like I said, even my little boy, he's 7, he loves this panel. As soon as he saw it, he was all over it. Yeah.
Awesome. I've got a fun fact for you from Sue, who says, on lighter Air Force trivia, Ewan McGregor's brother is a pilot in the RAF, and his call name is Obi-2 Kenobi.
Oh, brilliant.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Sheila's also got in touch to say, I'm lucky enough to live not far from Coningsby, so I get to see the BBMF and the Lancaster. It's my favourite plane. Absolutely glorious. Thanks everyone for getting in touch, by the way. It's really lovely to hear from you. So we've got those two different panels. The larger panel that you can use to create this pillow here, and loads more besides. It could be a bag, it could be the makings of a quilt with some piecing for $19.99. We've also, I mean, that would be an amazing travel bag.
Yeah, it would be.
Wouldn't
Yeah, it would be.
Really
yeah,
cool,
yeah.
like kind of drawstring or
Yeah,
an over the shoulder
yeah.
kind of thing. But we've also got the smaller panel, which has the 5-inch squares on it, which Delphine used to create this cushion. Now there are also some solids that would work really well, some like khakis, some reds, some blues, some white, which would go very well too. Now then, we've also got another project from Delphine which would work absolutely brilliantly with this, wouldn't it? This is the Union Jack cushion instructions. So you could use, well, you could use the larger panel,
Yeah.
couldn't you?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if I sent it, I think I did attach it to the email actually. I actually made a Union Jack, this is what this was inspired from, a Union Jack cushion made from RAF officer's uniform. That,
Is this it right here?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So you could use some of the mix up different fabrics, and
Really
that's made from an actual uniform.
Really awesome. 24th of October, there was a demo last year. 24th of the 10th last year.
Yeah.
So was it your uniform that you used?
No, it was actually before I started working for Sewing Street. I used to do a lot of keepsakes, but I didn't want to do. I wanted to be different, so I used to take things like that and really think about the projects of what they were going to be made from. So I used to. That's where all the applique came, because I didn't just do patchwork squares on people's clothes. I actually made a picture using the clothes.
Fabulous.
And so that's where that came from. Yeah.
Need pictures of that sometime.
Yeah, I'll get some. I've got loads of those.
Now that we've seen you with your braces on, you know, I mean,
Oh.
everything's open now, isn't it? There's no secret.
No, there isn't. No secrets anymore.
Oh, we love you. We love you. Now, another pattern from Delphine. Oh. Okay. Oh, awesome. Okay. So we've got instructions for Cathedral Window from Delphine. And Cathedral Window would work really, really well with some of those squares as well that you could cut down and put inside the squares for Cathedral Window. We have a picture, don't we? There it is.
I could do a tiny little demo of that as well, if you like.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love that. Okay. Is that everything? That is everything. Delphine, how are you doing?
I'm not too bad.
Yeah.
So I've actually thought the Cathedral Window version would look really good with the sky in the background and the khaki, because I think it's just those colours work really, really well together. So I could just demo by just doing a small one, just to give you the idea of the overall look.
So this is using the sky from the large panel. The khaki is a solid that we've got on the web.
Yeah.
And then you're going to use the squares panel to create the special windows.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So this is how I do my cathedral windows. But I know everyone's a bit different. In fact, I'll just do the one and then I can show you the other ones. So you obviously do this, but on a bigger scale. So you just lay out all of your pieces. Let me just bring in a bit of that sky, because I think
Nice.
that one works nicely, doesn't it?
And it gives such a different look to Cathedral Window.
It does, and this could all actually be, because you're looking out of a window onto the sky, and then the planes have actually got the sky in them as well, haven't they? So this will look really nice, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
So what I'll do is, so what you need to do is sew a sandwich right sides together, but you want to make sure you line everything up. So that one, not there. And then you sew with a 1/4 inch seam just down there. So let's do that. In fact, the thread's come loose on my machine.
I'll let you thread that up. Just to explain, if you're going for the Cathedral Window instructions, let me just show you that on the web, the instructions, the picture is of like kind of pinks for the Cathedral Window. You see they're kind of pinks and greens. The actual instructions that you get have it's called Christmas Cathedral Window.
But they're exactly the same.
Exactly the same instructions.
Exactly the same, yeah.
You'll just see, I'll show you here, it's just this will be on the front cover instead. It's more of a Christmassy version. And frankly, Christmases are coming. So if you get these instructions, you could make your Battle of Britain version, and then you could also create things for Christmas as well from the same pattern.
So I'll just do the same with this one.
So what are you doing there? Kind of basting the folded squares onto the background?
Yeah. So you want to make sure they're lined up quite neatly.
Lovely message for you from, sorry, lost you then, from Ali, who says, "Morning Delphine, you warrior." I have so much respect for you, lovely lady.
Oh, Ali.
Really lovely message.
Hello, lovely. She's a fellow warrior.
Fantastic. Your workout.
Yeah, so we did warrior last night, where we basically just run around with Bergens on our back doing well, exercise, but
Do
not.
you shout and things as well?
No, it's just lots of running. But to be fair, it's a community of warriors now. They're friends, really good friends. So,
Awesome.
and Ali's also got a boy who's in the parachute regiment. So.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Veronica's got in touch too to say, hi Delphine, hi Stuart. My father was in the RAF for 26 years. When he joined, he built and repaired the Mosquito wooden planes. That's from Veronica.
Wow.
Amazing. I saw his documentary the other night, or I think it might have been the One Show, where they had, not a documentary, sorry. It's rather elevating them, isn't it? But they had, I think it was that, and they were showing that the planes were like a wooden frame with fabric stretched over them.
Wow.
Some of the planes.
Crikey.
And actually that created,
Oh,
that was
yes.
why they were so strong and
yeah,
durable.
Yes, they've got. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah,
Amazing, amazing. These things you learn.
it's really impressive. Yeah.
It is. Another message, spot on again Delphine. My dad was in the Buffs in World War II and my mum and dad watched the dog fights in their top window in London. Perfect tribute from Barb.
Oh, that must have been really scary. With it just being, you know, because we watch it on the news, you know, we don't see it, you know, it's. It must have been.
And it looks scary watching back, doesn't it? But actually being there and the danger.
It'd be terrifying, wouldn't
And
it?
the loss of life
Oh.
as well, that was just a daily.
Yeah.
Another message, much love for Delphine and all her projects. Loving this latest one and the RAF tribute. My dad was ground crew in World War II. That's from Karen, who's in Bristol. Thanks for that message, Karen.
Oh, thank you, Karen.
Every family has got a connection, haven't they?
Definitely.
Or many connections.
My niece, she's just turned, she's 16 now, 17, I can't remember. But she just joined the army. She was a pass-out parade at the beginning of August, and bless her, out of all the 600 odd recruits, she got best girl, best soldier, best JS.
Huge achievement.
I'm going to choke up now. But she... I think I might cry in a minute.
Oh, it's such a fabulous achievement.
But watching it, her pass out parade, that was amazing. Really proud of her.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff.
Oh, and it's her mum's.
It's such dedication.
Yeah, and it's her mum's, my sister Danny. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Danny.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah.
But also well done to your niece.
Yeah, she's incredible. She's going to do amazing. So, when you the best JS, you're the sergeant major that marches them off the parade square.
Wow.
That age.
Yeah.
Hundreds of soldiers, hundreds of people watching her. The confidence was just incredible.
It's really something.
So proud of her, and she's going on to be a combat medic. So.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
That's really awesome.
Yeah, really,
Wow.
really cool.
Fantastic, fantastic. And really to sort of shine at that point
Yeah.
in her career as
Yeah.
well bodes very well,
That
doesn't it?
age as well.
Yeah.
It just goes to show the amount of dedication and discipline, because it takes a lot of discipline to
Yeah.
do that type of job. And
Well, I'm sure you must feel as well that, you know, such a huge part of who you are now is based on what you've experienced.
oh,
and-
definitely, it's I can make a good bed. I'll tell you.
Good, glad to hear it.
I'm very good at ironing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is because it's drilled into you right from the beginning about discipline and also teamwork as well. Obviously, I do a lot of the things on my own now, but it's I've learned things that is rounded me as a person, definitely. And like I said, and I'm more empathetic now, you know, than probably what I all grew up to be. Especially again my time in the police. And like I said, I've got memories that I wish I didn't have.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that I have got them in some ways because, like I said, it makes you have a different look on certain aspects of life. And I can lose myself in the fluffy world of
course you can.
sewing, and so to bring a project like this is really important.
Yeah,
actually.
it's wonderful and really important as well to remember and to celebrate. A message from Carol. I think you've prompted a lot of people to remember and think about loved ones. Hi Delphine and Stuart, loving your Make Cathedral windows. I've bought both your panels and hoping to make my husband cushions and bags. He loves planes.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
It's really lovely, fantastic. And it's great to have something as well that's appealing, perhaps to a different audience.
Yeah, exactly that. And also, the people are going to come up with so many different fun things, you know, and that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing, actually. So we've given you so much fabric, we've given you so many we've given you lots of stuff to play around with.
But no specific pattern, because you want people to play.
To be it personal for them, like you say, because we've got so many memories and so many connections to the military. You might want, like you say, you know, make something like this for a new soldier who's just about to join, to join the RAF.
Fabulous. Honest sent in a message from Wiltshire to remind us that half the pilots in the RAF were Polish, who helped Great Britain to win the Second World War. And that's a really important thing. It was a team effort.
That's it. I mean, many people of the Commonwealth. There was Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, like you say.
India.
And obviously our allies as well. So it was a huge joint effort. Like I said, it wasn't just all the boys in blue, you know.
So you've sewn those squares and folded triangles together.
Yeah, and then I sewed them right sides together like that. And then you've got your base for your window.
Thread optional.
Yeah, that's annoying me. Not completely centred, but I'll take that.
That's going to be covered over though,
Yeah,
right?
you're not going to see it. So if you press your seams open when you do cathedral windows, because it just reduces the amount of bulk.
Linda says, lovely tribute to the RAF in World War II. My granddad worked 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week at Rolls-Royce, making the Merlin engines.
Wow.
Another connection.
Yeah.
Another photograph. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, this is from Sandra, who's in Glasgow, saying, my dad was in the RAF. When we asked what he did, he said he flew a desk. Oh, it's made me a bit emotional too.
Look at that picture.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you, Sandra. That's really nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Well, it's been a lovely show, isn't it?
know.
I'm really enjoying
Yeah,
all these
but a bit emotional.
Yeah, it is emotional.
Yeah. Okay, it got emotional. Oh, another one. Yes, I've had to. It's lovely. It's lovely. I've had to purchase the squares panel. My brave father-in-law survived 62 missions in World War II, including food drops over Europe. That's from Sally, who's in East Yorkshire.
Crikey.
It's gorgeous.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing.
62 missions.
It's incredible, isn't it? Incredible. Back to cathedral.
Back to cathedral.
Yeah.
So obviously I've done this. So these aren't on a angle, but what you could do is just add another bit of fabric there, and then it will just turn it round. Yeah. So you just place your picture in the middle, and then you're going to fold that over, and you're going to top stitch along that line there. So I can do that. I was just wondering about my colour.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any.
You want a better colour, don't you?
Is there any in the box of to match the lovely khaki green?
You can sort that out.
Yeah.
So when you put those frames around, do you pin? Do you just do it as is? Or?
I tell you what I do. I always, rather than pin here, I put a bit of bond web on the back and then stick it down, because then you haven't got to faff around with a load of pins.
Or a bit glue stick.
Yeah, or glue stick, anything that's going to stick it down. Oh, look at that. She is good. Thank you, lovely.
Let's see if we've got a glue stick. I bet we have. 1, 2.5. Yeah, glue sticks are worth their weight in gold. We were learning earlier on with Sandra about using glue sticks for other things.
Yeah, because it just... and also, if you're putting a pin in it and then you move it and then you catch it, it can pull the fabric a little bit.
Can I glue this in?
Yeah, yes please. I can do this then.
It's just so I want to say that I've had a hand in a Delphine Brooks project. Such a wannabe.
Bless you.
Oh, if anyone's in Guernsey, Kate has sent in a message to say, hi Delphine and Stuart, just to say Guernsey has an air display with the red arrows today and lots of old aircraft.
Lovely. Oh, I love the red arrows.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
There you go. That is glued
on.
place.
It's not going anywhere.
It's not going to go anywhere, I hope.
And then, I don't need... So then I'm going to top stitch. I like to use again, a longer stitch length when I do these. So I'm just going to turn that down. So yeah, I just start from that top corner, and you want to sew as close to that edge as possible. It can be done by hand as well, that looks really nice, but I haven't got the patience.
Fair enough. I get that. I get that. Jan says, such a lovely idea. I'm going to make my other half Christmas prezzies. My dad was an engineer on Lancasters.
Oh, wow.
It's a great project though, isn't it? And great inspiration.
Yeah.
You can use it in so many different ways.
It'd be really great on bags and things if you had some some nice brown leather. So that would look really nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it'd be fab. You could do or like a toiletry bag or you know, something like that. Laptop case maybe, or Kindle cover. Or it would also make really good stuff to cover an album.
Yeah.
You know, or a frame or...
Yeah, really nice. Yeah, you could do the frame, couldn't you? Or if you had like a memory quilt, you know, and you can have the photographs. You know, like that photograph that Sandra sent in with... You could have those printed onto fabric and then incorporate all of the squares.
That'd
and
be
things.
amazing.
I mean, there was a memory quilt, you know, for like that being in the family for years.
Yeah, it really would. Something really precious. And something actually just to bring back that person, or perhaps what they contributed, back into the consciousness.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I remember when I was a child, there were still lots of people, sort of middle-aged people, who had really experienced the Second World War, and now not so much. And it's not something that's talked about so much now.
It's not.
Because there aren't as many people for whom it's such a recent memory, but it's still a really important one. It kind of just brings things back for discussion, doesn't it? Like we do today.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, we get lost in our own world, don't we, now these days? And
there's plenty going on.
There certainly is.
There's plenty going on, but sometimes it's really good to remember times past and the triumph as well of getting through it. Sue's message to say, just remembered my dad's stories. He would tell them when he'd had one drink too many. Some funny, some dreadful. He was an aircraft maintenance engineer just before the Suez crisis. Just his luck, he was about to be demobbed and they called him back to Egypt for another 3 years.
Wow. My dad was an evacuee in the war, and he apparently ran away to... lied about his age to join up.
Really?
Yeah, and he was a load master on the Wessex. That was what my dad did. But he died when I was 6 months old. Died of a heart attack. So I never knew my dad.
No.
But I've clearly got some of him in me.
The genes.
The genes,
sure.
for the military, and also he apparently was a very good artist. He used to like to paint elephants.
Really?
Yeah.
So he's somebody that your family always talked about then,
yeah.
as you were growing up.
My mum remembers a lot of his stories. She used to tell us them. But again, I lost my mum when some of those photos you probably saw actually, my younger when I was in the RAF. So I've always, the military was my family for many years, and then the police. And then eventually I met Nick and we got married and I got a family of my own, but it was more than just a job, you know?
Yeah, that comes across really strongly. Like you say, family. My dad was the same. He joined the army and they were his family. And they were so important to him for years. And if we ever bumped into somebody which did happen a couple of times, who he'd served with, it was incredible.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So you've sewn around the inside.
I've sewn around the inside. Obviously, think about your fabric placement before, because I've just cut off the nose of the plane. So there you go. I've just sewn all the way around, just top stitched all the way around the edges there. So you could keep making more and more of those and those colours. Yeah. And then I've also prepped one of.
And then you could join those together once you've done them like that.
You could do them like that and join them together, or if you get the instructions, then I show you how to input them so you can have another one start here, if that makes sense, a bit like the cushion.
Yeah. I'll grab that actually just to show you. So you can have them sort of separated, or you can have them so they kind of integrate as well.
Yeah, and it all shows you how to do that. So
such a different look though.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
Yeah. I mean, if I'd had the time, I would have done all.
If ever there was one pattern that worked for anything, it's
a cathedral window.
It really is.
It really is.
Really lovely message from Karen. Thank you for messaging in, Karen. I wasn't buying anything today. Go back. It's a thing. I wasn't buying anything today, but the demo, the topic, and the lovely conversation have changed that. I'll be making a cathedral window wall hanging, Karen in Bristol.
Oh,
please send pics, won't you?
Yeah.
Good to see that.
Oh, I really am. I know I say it every time I'm on, but I really want to see your pictures of when you make this, or whatever you make from it. So I just thought we'd have a bit of
fun.
Bit of fun.
Yeah.
Putting a few planes on. So I've got all the planes here. So we can make our own little scene now.
Yeah. Show me what you got. These are great. So this is the larger panel. Now you mentioned earlier on about the different kinds of aeroplanes, but do you mind just going through what they are and sort of identify each one, because I don't know.
So the Lancaster bomber, that's your big one.
And also Susan's asked as well, Munchie both, I bought the panel of large planes to make cushions for my partner. Does it say what planes they are? I don't want to ask him. It's fine, I didn't want to ask either.
So this one's the Lancaster bomber. This is the biggest one. There's no one flying this one. And they used to have, it's really scary, there used to be somebody in the bottom actually managing the guns.
I've got in the back there.
Yeah.
I want to say Earlham. It's not Earlham. It's in Yorkshire. It'll come to me. But you can get in one of them and see inside.
Yeah, I've not been
Terrifying.
inside one, but
Yeah.
can you imagine? And how noisy it was. Oh, really scary. So yeah, the big one is we've done them so they're all in different positions and different sizes. So you've got you've got your Lancaster bomber, your Hurricane, and your Spitfire. Obviously the iconic.
So this one is the Lancaster bomber.
This is the Lancaster bomber.
Okay.
Yeah, and you've
So Karen,
got,
this is for you.
and that one. So like your Spitfire, that's your Spitfire, and you've got a few of those, and you've also got your Hurricane, which the Hurricane and the Spitfire do look very similar. It's a slight little dent in the nose that is the difference between the two. So, but the brown one, that's definitely a Lancaster.
This one.
Yeah.
So that is.
So I'd say Spitfire, Lancaster, Hurricane. Yeah.
So it's that one. Is it that one there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So we hope that helps.
Yeah.
You can watch it back.
If you just think the big browny grey one, that's the main one. That's your Lancaster.
Yes. I'd just be very proud to know what one of them was. Kate, who's in Nottinghamshire, has been in touch today, also to say, I wasn't buying today either, but I had to get the panel to make up into a gift for my son, who's ex-RAF, and then decided to get one for myself.
Oh, that's nice.
Nothing wrong with that.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So obviously all I've done with these is stuck a bit of Bond Web on the back and just cut them out.
And then cut them out neatly. You bring such a diverse range of projects for us.
Well, my pleasure, I enjoy it. Oh, I love what I do.
Well.
And we've done them all in different sizes as well. So they could, depending on where you place them, they could look closer or far away. So this would be nice if we did it as a big wall hanging. You could get all the squares put down. This is actually only part of it. Yeah. You know, I haven't used all of it.
No. And I was thinking as well that would be brilliant. You could make something like a padded, covered notice board as well, you know, with like ribbon across it and upholstery tacks to hold it in. Can I ask a favour, please, producer Hannah? Do you mind just doing a quick search on the internet just to find out the name of the RAF, the aircraft museum in North Yorkshire, please? It's not far from York and it's really bugging me. And Claire's messaged in saying, is it East Kirby? And it's not. It's it begins with an E. It would come to me.
E.
It's aircraft. Yeah, no, it's on the outskirts. It's not actually York itself. It probably doesn't begin with an E at all. We'll get there. Yes. 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 At Yorkshire. That will not do, Hannah.
Sorry, I'm just straightening it up.
Elvington, thank you. Oh, it would have been 2 o'clock in the morning Delphine.
Then you
Would
just
have been-
jump up,
Yeah,
screaming it.
yeah, Elvington. Thank you.
I've even cut out some of these little ones as
Oh,
well.
from the squares.
Yeah. So you can do all sorts with them.
And I love you've really created the sort of depth by putting in these
The smaller
aircraft.
ones.
Yeah, it gives a sense of scale, doesn't it?
But you could do any design you want, really, and just throwing them on and
Make a great bag as well, wouldn't it? The background with a few carefully placed aeroplanes.
oh, definitely, that would
Like a
look really
messenger
nice.
bag.
I think you should make one.
I could do that.
I've already cut out the planes for you, so
definitely.
there you go.
Yeah, do that, no problem. Rosina's got in touch to say morning both. Delphine, you are such a talented lady.
Oh,
Love all your makes.
Oh, everyone's been really lovely. Thank you very much.
Wendy's got in touch too as well to say hi both. My God, the topic is great. I'm a carer and my client was a Spitfire pilot. He's told me many stories, and for his 90th birthday there was a fly past with Spitfire.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, really cool.
When I did my pass out parade, people were having because on each of your pass out parades we used to have a fly pass, and it was tornadoes back then, and there was all the flights before us were getting tornadoes. We had a Chicano, so we was waiting for this big fast jet to come over. We had a Chicano.
Oh, which is a slow plane.
It was a bit slower.
Yeah, a little bit.
But it was still a nice day. It was boiling hot. I know that because I remember just stand on parade square like this, thinking, just don't faint, don't faint.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but I was a very proud day.
Yeah. Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. And it's so important as well, isn't it? You know, that last viewer messaging in about talking to her client who would tell her stories. So important to listen to those stories.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think now to all the stories that my dad told me, and I don't have dad anymore, you know, but I have all those memories and all the things he told me sort of passed on.
And you can pass them on, yeah, and you know, you're passing on the memory, you're keeping that memory alive, aren't you?
Yeah,
And
you
hope,
are.
and you know, I'd like to think in over 100 years plus, but we're still talking about these really
We'll have the
important.
tapes of you, my love. We'll have them on tape. But
and
you're
just
right.
like really important memories and all these people's lives that were affected, including ours.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
yeah. But I know, just enjoy it, have fun, make up loads of different things, tag me in everything, and I will get back to you. I'm a bit rubbish at my admin at the moment. I need to play a bit of catch up, but yeah, it does mean a lot when people
School
tag
summer
me.
holidays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I'm going to have an
breathe.
afternoon off, I think.
The boys go back to school yesterday.
The boys are back at school. Yeah, they went back
Yeah,
yesterday, so
yeah.
I'm going to pick them up from school. And Louis was looking up with me this morning with his big eyes. He said, "You will pick me up?" And I was like, "Yes, I'll be there to pick you up,
Oh
darling."
gosh, it's
But-
definitely school again today.
Yeah, and Charlie's in year 6 now, so he's now allowed to walk home from school. So he's actually walking home from school with his friends for the first time today.
Right, which
So
is a
I'm-
whole nother set of...
Yeah, so I'm a bit worried
Anxiety.
about that, and but I'm sure he'll be fine. But I do worry. Yeah, yeah.
You're his mum.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, bless them.
We all want to know now that he gets back safe and sound, so let me know later, because I'll be thinking
Yeah.
about him too now.
Yeah, so first time, so it's a big deal because obviously he's going to year 7 next year, going to high school, getting the bus on
Yeah.
his own and all of that. So
Too soon.
It's given him that little bit of trust. But he'll be walking with a pack of his friends as long as they pay attention on the road. I've told him the route to go.
You did the mum face then.
I did.
You did the face that you did for
My
him.
bad teeth.
I love it. You're going to take a little break now, aren't
Yes,
you? But
yeah.
you are coming back just after 12
Yeah.
because we're going to have a look at some of your lovely past projects
Yeah.
and a bit of a delve into your archive.
Yeah, and maybe I might do something. Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah.
Well, I've enjoyed chatting.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed that hour. Thank you very much.
Me too. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, more
God
importantly.
bless you.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, I will leave you there. Oh, I've got many and varied. Let me just get rid of this. I'll just pop those over there. Lovely. Thank you. Gorgeous. Right. Now then, we have got the largest panel, which is just full of inspiration. And so inspirational in its sort of simplicity, really, because you've got a big old sky to fill or not fill and to use. You could imagine putting photographs on fabric and then stitching them on in different parts all over that sky and create sort of a banner or a wall hanging to remember past and present, perhaps people who have served in the forces. And then you've got this whole section in the middle that has the different aircraft, the Lancaster bomber, the Spitfire, and the Merlin.
Hurricane.
The Hurricane,
Yeah.
thank you. The Hurricane. The Merlin is a plane though, right?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
that's, yeah.
But different. And then at the bottom of that panel, you've got almost like sort of ribbons, 2.5-inch wide strips of Union flags, which would create a great border, or maybe straps if you're doing a bag, or binding as well. Delphine used that really effectively in her cushion to create a fine binding around the edge, which looks superb. So that's our larger panel, 1999, loads of inspiration there, lots of different ways. You could perhaps combine it with fabrics you already have, or some solids. My dad had cap badges that he had on a cushion pinned on, which was just a gorgeous way of keeping them and displaying them. Our second panel is a little smaller, but again, so inspirational. You've got 40 coordinating 5-inch squares printed on this panel. The colour palette's perfect, isn't it? Sort of earthy and muted. You've got that great sort of smattering of aircraft. Again, this is all about celebrating, commemorating and remembering the Battle of Britain in 1940. Mm-hmm. And then you've also got those sections with the Union flag. You don't have to cut this up. You could layer it, quilt it through the white lines that are in between the squares, bind it. There's a table runner. You could cut these down too if you preferred, make a bag. Absolutely fab. Now, I'd mentioned a moment ago about transferring photographs to fabric. We do have some sheets for doing exactly that. Don't have them on air because it was something that struck us, didn't it? Using photographs and combining. But for $9.99, we've got transfer sheets. You get 3. And they'll work with dark and light textiles. You can see there how you can use them to create bags, cushions, wall hangings. Just follow the instructions and you can transfer photos to fabric. Family photos, perhaps ones that you know want to be able to display but don't want to display the originals. You could carefully transfer the image to fabric. You scan them basically into a computer and then transfer them on. Brilliant stuff, $9.99 for that, and a great way of kind of, again, keeping memories alive. So that is our smaller panel, and then our photo transfer sheets on screen right now. Now, cathedral window instructions, which I've managed to pass with the cushions. They are sandwiched in the middle. Just underneath the bottom. There we go, thank you. So your cathedral window instructions, the one you'll get is actually sort of themed as Christmas, but they are exactly the same instructions as Delphine's general cathedral window instructions. There are less than 20 of these left. They're $9.99, and you get full instructions in there how to create cathedral window by machine. No hand sewing required.
No.
So quick, easy, accurate, everything we know Delphine for. You can use this again and again, of course. Really nice to make perhaps a Christmas cushion, or if you do machine embroidery, or of course santangling, which Sandra Restream was doing this morning with us. A great opportunity there to display your little posh doodles, as we have started to call them. Sandra said it was okay, in your cathedral windows. Loads of different ways you can use that. And it just looks great, whatever fabric you use. I've done African wax prints, I've done Japanese inspired fabrics, I've done modas, I've done all sorts.
I did a quilt with needle felted pictures in them.
Oh, awesome, wow.
Yeah.
It's a
Years ago.
showcase, isn't it? It's really special.
Yeah.
Photos on fabric inside the cathedral windows.
Yeah, all of that.
Gorgeous. You could really mix and match that. Right, another really, really perfect project to be doing or thinking about today, the Union Jack cushion. So this is foundation paper piecing, and I've got the cushion right here. Now this is done with different fabrics, of course, but you could dig into your stash. This is a bit of Lewis and Irene here. You could use solids. I've done a Union Jack cushion using my folk art Christmas fabrics,
nice.
which worked really well. You've done this with RAF uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which again, with that badge in the centre as well,
or you could create a little oval, something like that, and machine embroider or hand embroider the name of somebody that you want to remember or celebrate as well. Instructions there on their own for $9.99. Details are on screen. Just down to our last few of those though. Okay. We're going to have a little break now, and then when we come back, it's our final hour, and it's another Delphine hour. We can never have too many of those, and it's a big roundup of previous projects from Delphine. Be aware though, please, that we've just loaded, literally just loaded 3 of the most popular Delphine designs. Highland cow applique instructions, back in stock. We've got 3. Oh, yep, there they are. There's the Highland coo. Highland coo. Love them. Then there is the owl. These are some of the most popular. Literally just been booked in. I know you've been asking for them. There is the owl. There it is. Ollie the owl. We've got a barn owl in one of our barns at the farm.
Oh, flew.
Yeah, it flew out while Charlie was up a ladder.
Oh, I bet you have spiders in there.
He was fine. And then Derek the donkey. There's Derek the donkey. So there's plenty more in the hour. It's not just those 3, but they are super popular. So I wanted to give you the opportunity, while we have a short break, to maybe bob on to the website and secure your copy of those 3 designs from Delphine. Transfer sheets for transferring photographs to fabric are on screen now. They are flying out if you want to grab hold of them. They'd also be wonderful for Christmas. Imagine a memory quilt for Christmas, or a Christmas stocking that had some images, perhaps from childhood or Christmas past. You know, some really lovely things you can do there. Love that picture on the bag, so joyful. There's no pictures of me as a baby looking like that.
No, not me.
It was a bit glum. All right, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, we'll have Delphine back here, so please don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
What a lovely morning we've had here on Sewing Street. It's been absolutely delightful, and thank you so much for all of your lovely messages, whether it's on Facebook or through the website. Really appreciate you being here with us and getting involved as well. It's been such a lovely morning. And we've not lost Delphine. You're still here, Delphine.
I'm still here. I'm just playing.
Chopping up fabric.
I'm just making a mess.
Love it. Now, this is an hour dedicated, Delphine, to you and to your amazing projects. We talked in the last hour about how Delphine's designs run the full gamut of, well, anything and everything. You're such a diverse designer, amazing. This is one of your all-time favourites. The Highland Coup, and this is for the pattern. Now, I don't physically have the pattern with me. They've literally just been loaded onto the website. We didn't know if we'd get them in stock, but we have. So this is your paper pattern to create Delphine's Highland Cow applique. You can do this with your own fabrics. This is some Tula. This would work amazingly with autumny fabrics, tweeds, felts, wool. You could use, reproduction fabrics. You could use brights, anything in between. You could even do a pastel Highland Cow if that would fit in for you. Great fun to do. You get your full pattern for $9.99, and it looks amazing on a cushion, as we've got here. But you could also use this as a block in a quilt. You could use it as the centre of a frame or medallion quilt. All sorts you could do with it, or you could create 4 different or 6 or 9 different Highland cows, perhaps all in different colours, and almost like sort of pop art, kind of, you know, that very famous image of Marilyn Monroe.
I've seen some incredible different quilts from this pattern, and even on clothes, on t-shirts, jackets. It's done the rounds as that one.
Yeah. Which we love.
Well, I love it, but like I said, I've never expected it when I designed it. It was going to be as popular as it was.
Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, we just love Highland cows. Big teddy bears with very, very wide horns.
Very wide horns.
But they're so much smaller than you think they're going to be, aren't they, in real life?
You think they're going to be these big mammoth creatures, but they're not.
Teddy bears. But they're not teddy bears, of course. But there are the instructions. Or we keep talking about getting Highland cows for the farm.
You're going to have to now.
But you need such specialist handling equipment and feeding equipment for them because of the horns.
Oh, really?
They won't go through normal cattle.
Oh, because they're so wide. Yeah.
But they are gorgeous. If you've already made the Highland cow, do send in your pictures, won't you? And let us know what you made. But just gorgeous. This is your chance to get just back in stock, literally in the last few minutes, the Highland cow applique from Delphine Brooks. So that's been very, very popular already. Now, that was first demoed on the 5th of March last year. 2021.
Yeah.
2021.
2020.
2020, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought it was 2 years ago.
It was with Debbie Shaw.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was probably only one of my very first shows that I did.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Still a firm fan favourite. We love it. We love it. Now then, next one is Ollie the Owl, a beautiful barn owl in flight, and this really captures the sort of, I don't know, they're a little ghostly.
Yes,
aren't they?
Definitely. That was when you said when one flew out the barn, because I see them as like, when you hear them at night, you're like, oh, you know, they are ghostly. Is a good way of putting it, actually. Charlie
managed to disturb this one. It was right up at the back, and he was climbing up a ladder to get up to the back of the hay barn, and the owl flew out. And he just about managed to cling on.
Oh, good for him.
But of course, you could also reinterpret Ollie the Owl for a Harry Potter fan. Although Hedwig isn't a barn owl, but still got that lovely theme sense. Beautiful. So again, these are full instructions to create Ollie the Owl. What would this be suitable for in terms of a project?
Oh, wow, I've seen it done. Again, it's... I'll tell you where I did see was someone had one stretched over a canvas.
Nice.
And for a gift for someone on for the wall, and that looked really, really cool. Someone sent me a picture of that. So that's one of the ones that stood out for me.
Yeah.
And
for me, those outstretched wings would look amazing across the back of a denim jacket.
Yeah. Because and again, I've seen one where they've used the placement guide, and instead of the actual picture, and made a smaller version, and again, it looked really cool. So you could even use all of my projects. Every single one comes with a placement guide. So, even though it's there really, so you can see where everything goes, and it's not to scale, but I've seen that quite a few people actually use the placement guide as the actual project to make smaller ones, like repeated quilt blocks, even
like that.
You know, on clothes, on smaller projects. Like
I'm also very much about sandtangling today as well. So now I'm thinking that's an outline that I could copy in the pen and then tangle within or around. Loads of inspiration. Use it as an embroidery. Superb. That's Ollie the Owl. Again, you get so much value out of Delphine's projects. The 13th of July 2021 was full demo of Ollie the Owl. So if you want to go back and watch that, just hop onto YouTube.
Where does the time go when all these projects, honestly?
Oh, well, you know. It's the way it goes,
I'm
isn't it?
already thinking about the next ones. Yeah.
Now, next up, we've got Derek the donkey. I'm going to grab Derek down because I've got a sample right here. Oh, he is adorable. He is adorable. Now, he sold out on his first show, and we've never brought him back. But today is the day. Hello, hello, hello. He is adorable. Absolutely. You can hear the noise. Am I right? You can hear that. Oh. That's been you know, animal noises all morning, hasn't it, from me? It's all I've done, really.
You should read out books and, you know, do all the...
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to. That's a serious offer. I'll do the audiobook of your
the audiobook.
Oh, no, just fabulous. So much fun. Is that him with spectacles on?
Yeah, he's got glasses on.
He's
as
got
well.
spectacles included in the pattern?
Yeah.
Awesome.
He's got all sorts including the pattern. He's got ties, bow ties, glasses, heart glasses. There's loads in that pattern.
Oh, that's really fun. So you could mix and match. So you really could do like a 4-block quilt.
Yeah.
Different
There's loads.
Derricks.
And he's got a lot of character. And when I did the demo, John Scott, what he said to turn the mouth upside down, so I did. And again, he looked like this grumpy, sad. But it was just fun. It's just a fun project. It's, you know.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Now that was demoed on the 3rd of August this year. So there is a demo if you want to watch it. First time we've had it back in stock. Made here in gorgeous Tula pink fabrics. You could use fabrics which were kind of true to nature if you prefer. You could use wool felt.
Yeah, anything really, as long as, like I said, in a plique, make sure you keep the fabric that's next to it completely different colour or texture, because otherwise it won't work. It will all be quite flat.
I'm wondering actually the autumnal barley pop, if you wanted to make a sort of true to nature version, could be quite fun. You do get brown donkeys as well as the grey ones. That would work. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Love it. Or dig into your scraps. So that's Derek the donkey. So those are 3 literally just back in stock during that break. Loads and loads and loads of you have messaged in. Una the horse. Una the horse. We need to talk about Una.
Una's behind you. Again, that's one of the patterns that so I went from the smaller one from the placement guide where she made it into a t-shirt, like loads of my projects in t-shirts, and it was so cool. In fact, she sent it to me. I didn't know if I was allowed to put it on the Facebook page. So if you are watching, then let us know so I can post it on the Facebook page, because it looked really cool on a t-shirt.
Spectacular. And I love how you've created the face of Una as well. Rather than having the face as the applique, it's that sort of negative space.
Yes, yeah. I love working on negative space.
Really cool. Really cool. Of course, if you wanted to combine applique with Santangle, you could get in there and do a bit of that in the spaces in between.
Yeah, that would look really nice.
Bit of cross-pollination.
Yeah.
Love the sequins on there as well.
Oh, a bit of
really
bling.
Cute. Yeah.
Love a bit of bling.
Yeah, not kidding. It's essential in my world. I'll just show you the instructions. Ooh. Determined to break something today. I think Una will be here. There she is. There she is. I'm going to pop those to one side. So there are the instructions for. Do you say Una or Una?
Una.
Una. Una. Only ever been on once before. 1st of July. Sold out then. This is the first time back. Full size pattern pieces for everything that you're going to need. So you're not having to enlarge. But I would trace these off onto your Bondaweb, of course. And then you also get, there's your placement guide. And that's what Delphine was talking about. If you wanted to use something for perhaps a smaller project, you could use that for a smaller project as well. Fab. Love that. Now, Delphine, can I ask, what are you doing?
I'm playing. I'm playing with confetti quilting.
Good.
So, but not how I've done it before. When I did my other pictures, I sprinkled it on, covered it in tulle, and then sewed it. But then in the instructions, when I did the more advanced one, I actually didn't use netting. I used 505 spray and sprayed it all on and then quilted it. And so that's what I'm just playing around with now, using but this time for the rooster. So what I'm doing is, so this is how, I mean, you'd have to cover it, the whole thing. So what I'm doing is filling in the gaps with the colours, the next colour. So you see the way underneath there's the blue, the tiny little bits of confetti quilting, you can probably only just about see it. I'm blending in with the other colours. and then it will take hours to do, but I'm just giving you an idea, so I'll carry on playing. And just by chopping up the fabric really, really small, so for example, let me get a little bit of this out and I'll show you.
It is quite important that you use a kind of two-sided fabric here though, isn't it?
Batik all the time.
Batiks,
yeah.
Solids would work?
The only reason I prefer these because they don't fray.
Right.
So that's why well, they don't fray very well, which is a good thing. So I'm just chopping that up really, really, really small.
So if you've got an old cutting mat, save it, don't throw it away.
Oh no.
Use it for this.
You want to see my confetti quilting cutting mat, it is a disgrace.
I bet it is. We've actually got instructions for confetti quilting. This is Trio of confetti quilting. And although you've got, I mean, it's fabulous value because you've got those 3 different projects.
I've actually put 4 in, even though I've called it Trio, I gave you an extra pattern at the very end.
Delphine.
Yeah, so there's
Too
4
generous.
projects in there.
But it's about the techniques, isn't it? You're learning a brand new technique. And it was this one. This was the first time I ever saw Delphine. You were on air and you were demonstrating this one.
Yeah, that was
here.
the second one I did, that one.
Gorgeous. And I thought, wow. So of course, this is the technique that Delphine is using now on the cockerel panel. It's a different way of doing it, combining it, you could do the whole thing. That is really cool.
And again, because the cockerel panel, you've already got the colours, so you know where you need to place the colours.
Yeah.
And what I'm doing is blending them together, and I'm just sticking them down with my finger, and I can feel they're not going to move. And this is going to look so cool. If you did the whole cockerel in this technique, it's going to look absolutely
And obviously if you were using all confetti over the whole cockerel, you'd cover it with tulle and stitch through. If you're just doing certain areas, do you still need to put the tulle over the whole surface?
No, 505 spray it and then quilt it once it's dry in sections. Okay. So it's something that you won't be able to do the whole thing in the with the 505 in the confetti. You just do, say, I don't know, a 5-inch square section, do that bit, then move on to the next bit. That's
well, even
how
like the face would be really lovely done in confetti quilting, wouldn't it? And then the rest of it done in...
And getting all those shades.
Really cool. Now then, let me just grab instructions and panel for the cockerel, which are here. So this is 58, beg your pardon. So this is panel plus bright fabrics. So this is the one that Delphine is currently working on now. So you've got your panel. There's your cockerel with your background. The background's kind of pre-printed sort of patchwork squares that you leave and you can quilt if you want to. And then you've got your cockerel done in shades of grey so you can see the placement. Then you've got a key underneath which tells you how those shades relate to colours. And then on the panel itself, you've got all these different sections and you've got plenty of fabric in each section to work on that particular colour on the cockerel. So you bond a web, cut the sections out, and create the cockerel. Now, if you're going to do confetti quilting, you will need some batiks. Don't try and confetti quilt with these printed panels because the back of them is white and you'll get lots of white showing instead. Now, you've used the pastel barley pops, haven't you? I've got right here. These are from Hoffman batiks, and Hoffman fabrics have always had an amazing reputation. They are beautiful. They're printed and they're Bali batiks, and they are all genuine Bali batiks. They're made in Bali, and they are absolutely gorgeous. You've got 40 strips in there, 2 of each colour, and they run this sort of pastel rainbow with a little kind of not uniform dot, a kind of abstract little tiny dot.
Tiny little dots,
Yeah. So you've got a nice bit of texture there. Now, if you want to get the confetti quilting project pattern, you can get that. It's $9.99. It's a trio of confetti quilting, but in our world, a trio means 4.
It does. And if you want to do the cockerel in that technique, refer to the project at the back.
The very end project.
Yeah. That one.
Which is this one right here.
And
Isn't that stunning?
all the instructions to do that are in the book as well.
What a technique to learn.
Yeah, so you'll just do that
That's
exact
really
same
superb.
technique to make the cockerel.
Gorgeous. Absolutely stunning, and all that lovely stitching. £9.99, what an amazing value pattern that is. Okay. Now then, next up, we have to talk, of course, about, we do need to talk about the tiger wall hanging. The tiger wall hanging. I've got instructions here. Let me find them out.
Tiger.
The tiger. Tara the tiger.
Oh, Tara.
Tara the tiger.
When did I do that?
Now that was
one?
November of last year.
Okay.
The 5th.
November the 5th. Oh, see,
Tiger, burning bright.
That's one of my favourite ones to actually talk. When I do talks, actually, it's one of the ones I always bring out.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's so well, I think it's different. You know, when you said earlier about quilting the negative space, that's I don't know if you can see it in the picture, but the way I quilted it. So it was all about obviously the lines.
Yeah.
The way the applique on that is actually quite simple, even though it looks quite tricky. And the way I've moved the placement over to the left, and and the feel of it coming through the grass. But I actually quilted that in diagonal lines.
I love how
you
you
can just
quilted
about
that.
see it. And because it is a completely different, it's almost like it's a different quilt underneath.
Yeah.
You know, so it's actually bringing more interest and more. It's giving your eyes something else to process.
Yeah.
And that's what makes these projects so different and stand out. If you're going to give them that type of effect, it's.
Well, and also that is such a brilliant lesson for how to quilt negative space on another quilt that you might have, because I think lots of us fall back on kind of vermicelli all over squiggle or a cross hatch or something like that, but actually creating sections, creating shapes and then filling them in with lines is really cool.
And it's really simple. All you need is a friction pen and
a walking foot.
And a walking foot. That's it. You don't need anything else. And it just makes it so different. Really, really easy pattern to do. Although it looks tricky, it's not.
Well, it's the support of having your pattern, Delphine, that makes it achievable for all of us, doesn't it? Some of you out there have that talent. Lots of us like me, it's really good to have the support of a pattern. Finish size wise on this, let me just...
It should be on the front. If I've written it down, it's on the front page.
It is not on the front.
It's bigger than
I'm
Luna.
gonna look for the
it's about that big.
quilt batting. No.
I usually write them on. That's a lesson learned.
It's a glorious mystery, Delphine.
It's about that big.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It's quite accurate. Yeah.
About, I don't know.
Bigger than you now.
It's about 1 metre square.
Fair enough, good.
About 1 metre
I
square.
like that. I can visualise that. That's Tara the tiger. Grab yours. Now then, where should we go next? Luna the lamb. Now, Luna the lamb will always have a very, very special place in my heart and my home, because Delphine, you designed and launched this on my birthday.
Yeah, because it was at a farmyard. I should have kept the rooster for that, shouldn't I?
Oh, well, no, I absolutely love Luna, and she's in my sitting room and on the sofa, and she has pride of place there. It's absolutely gorgeous. Luna the lamb. Again, beautiful applique that you can build up. I have the bright version, which you can see on the front there, which uses these lovely kind of bright pastels. You could make that in soft pinks, soft blues. You could do it all in kind of beiges and creams.
Yeah, because I remember when we did it, someone's put, I never made it in the end because, life, we're busy. But Kat gave us the Sewing Notions panel.
That's right.
And how cool would that look in the black and white?
Really
with
cool.
With the greys and the beiges. That would look really nice.
That was good intentions.
Good intentions.
Yeah. One day, when we retire, you could applique I love you.
You can.
You are mine. You are special. I don't know. This is all producer Hannah just talking in my ear. Don't blame me. Yeah, I heart you.
Oh no.
Don't do it. Don't do
Too
it.
softy, that.
Yeah. Oh, you're not a sentimental person.
I have my moments.
You romantic?
No. My husband's definitely not.
Oh.
No.
So date night?
No.
No.
We're lucky if we have a takeaway Netflix and he doesn't fall asleep on the sofa before 9 o'clock. I love him very much.
It's cute though. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. All right. Not so romantic there.
He'll be on his lunch break now, so he might have seen that. Oh well. Hello.
All right, Nick.
You all right? Have you made the beds? Huh?
If you haven't, I suggest you do them quickly. Gina's got in touch. She's in Lincolnshire to say, "Hi Delphine and Stuart, loving your shows today. Can I ask Delphine, how do you come up with the names of your projects? And are there any named Stuart?"
Do you know how I do it? Because my boss Hayley, she'll laugh because sometimes we'll discuss a project and she'll go, "Well, what are you going to call it?" And I'm like, "I don't know, mountain scene." And she'll be like, "No, that's a bit naff." But the thing is,
That's romance.
So I tend to do it now. Like if it's a corgi, I'll use a C. Like it's a unicorn, or I know she looks like a horse, but I initially thought unicorn. I'd call it Una. Or if it's a lamb, I'd call it Larry or
Luna.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You know?
Timmy the tiger, Alfred the elf.
That's
I can
it.
see what you're doing.
Yeah, but though
Tara the tiger.
although I never named the Highland cow, but then I did do a spin-off quilt from that in the old studio, and that was what was that one called? Harley and Friends.
Okay. So if there was ever a project called Stuart,
Yeah.
what would he be?
Oh, that was the question, wasn't
Yeah,
it, initially?
it's part of
Silly
it.
Stuart. No.
Oh, it's better than the crew came up with. They said Stuart the snake.
Stuart no, you'd have to be called something before then, surely. Huh?
Tiny Stuart. Stuart the sausage dog.
Stuart, well, what? It depends what animal you are. You know,
Like my spirit animal, I think it's probably a sloth.
Sloths are cute though.
Sloths are pretty cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you could just do a really tiny Stuart, and that would be quite fun too. A squirrel. Stuart the squirrel.
Stuart the squirrel.
Well, it's my birthday coming up next year.
Okay, so
you
I'll
know.
I'll call it Stuart something.
Yeah,
I will do, but it does have to be a farmyard animal
that's true.
for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, we do have sloths on our farm, so you know.
Do you really?
No, not really.
I was going to say
Slugs. Stuart the slug.
believe I
Stuart
just
the
said
slug.
that.
There we go. Well, we've done it, folks. We've worked it
dear,
out.
You broke me. It's been a long day.
Stuart the slug. I want it. Good. All right. Or the snail. Brian the snail. All right. So that's how you name your projects. I love it. Not a romantic.
So funny.
Now, next up, we've got the bumblebee. The bumblebee, beautiful bumblebee applique cushion, and it's a gorgeous project. This, I don't think we've got the finished sample, but we've got pictures. So
It's a panel, that one.
that goes with the panel. No, we'll take that off. Don't buy that. Don't buy that because you can't buy it without. You can't make it without the panel.
No.
So don't buy that. Sorry about that. The bumblebee. Right, let's go to panels. Slightly different projects these. The winter owl. This is ending 36.
That's the one. Yeah.
Amazing. Is that the...
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible. I daren't touch it. I've got form.
There you go.
Oh, honestly, don't make me hold it.
No,
Oh.
I didn't have this put down.
This is incredible. So, you've seen this before, but I haven't. I've seen the finished one. Amazing. So you've got your main image of the owl, which is ethereal and wonderful. And then you have got squares of, these are really beautiful, inspirational fabrics that coordinate. And then you've got foliage and grasses, branches, seed heads that you could use to create appliques. And Delphine, is it possible to hold up the, you've done like sort of embroideries and things on your base panel.
I turn it round.
That is so beautiful. 23rd of August this year, if you want to see the demo. That's stunning. So these are sort of inspiration panels. You could use it as a base for embroidery and embellishment, beading. You could use it as the centre of a quilt and add patchwork. You could add appliques to it. Really inspiring. That is so lovely.
Thank you.
Do your original drawings, how do you do that?
So all the animals you can see. So although I did do most of the hair, I think. So I draw them on Procreate. Because I used to only up until about probably about a year ago actually. Before I got confident enough to actually give them to the design team upstairs to actually work on them. All of my drawings were done pen and paper.
Right.
And obviously now we've got the technologies of these smart devices. So it's not a cut and paste. It's not that. It really is a drawing. So I think I brought my iPad in a few months ago to show you what I've made. But maybe I'll bring it in and show you a little demo of how I do it. But so it's exactly the same. It's just quicker.
Yeah.
And you get more colour options, and also if you make a mistake you just back it, take it off, and you can play around with the different effects and things. I'm still learning a lot with my Procreate, but what I do the original drawing, I send it to Lou, and she that's another one that I did, the stag. So I do the drawings, I send it to Lou, and she creates the panel, does the background. So
amazing.
It's a joint effort.
This is the winter solstice stag that I have next. Is that all right? Yeah. So again, look. Now again, same sort of idea. You've got your main inspiration panel. I love how you've left the antler space. If we wanted to Christmassy this, we can. Or you could also, have something which is a little more, I don't know, like a little coronet of leaves or a little garland of flowers, something like that. Something that's a little bit more winter solstice-y kind of beautiful. And then you've got those gorgeous squares. I love those just on their own. And then appliques too. A good question from Jenny, who's in Lincolnshire, who asks, hi, loving today's shows. Does Delphine have glass in front of her designs in the frames?
No, I don't have.
Would you? Should you? Could you?
You can do. Obviously, you'd have to be careful with your beading, but I personally don't, only because obviously it reflects off the glass, off the lights and things. But also, you can have if you have it in glass, you'd have to make sure it's in a box frame, because otherwise if it'd be squashed up against the glass it won't look great. So I just have them glued in. I didn't have the owl one glued in because I ended up framing that, but I take mine to a framer and he does all of those for me, and he just basically glues it down.
Beautiful. But there is something as well about being able to actually not just see but appreciate the texture that you've put into the appliques and the backgrounds as well. Yeah, and you do get much more of a sense of that without glass.
Yeah, and you can get up and touch it.
Yeah, maybe that's the point. Glass so that you can't. Maybe you have somebody with sticky fingers. Yeah. But you could a box frame.
Yeah, I'd box frame if you're going to put glass in it. Yeah.
Incredible value, by the way. I just got to point out, $14.99 for an absolutely incredible, a real piece of art on fabric. Very gorgeous. Please, Delphine, could you design a guinea pig? Wonderful little unrepresented animals. Love you too, Stuart. As well as guinea pigs. Oh, thank you.
Oh, guinea pigs are so cute.
They are really cute.
Yeah, we didn't have guinea pigs as little kids. We had little rabbits.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, the request was for guinea pigs, so please do so.
Okay. I'll put it on my list.
Do you know, every time you come here, I don't know if the other presenters do the same, but I always seem to leave you or send you off with a list.
With a list of animals.
Yeah.
I don't know why it just went to animals. I don't know. Yeah, it's just really bizarre. I'm speaking to friends and they'll be like, with really high-powered jobs, or, I'm going off to this big board meeting in London, and they'll be like, what are you doing today? I'm like, I drew a fox.
Yeah. I'm working on a guinea pig.
Yeah, or I'm working on a badger or something like,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you're going to work on anything, work on a badger. That's what I always say. Love it. It's funny though, isn't it, when you think about, we were talking about your previous careers.
It's
It is
just-
a world away.
It's really random,
Yeah.
Very, but you know, and where I'm meant to be, I hope. Yeah.
But much loved.
Thank you.
Much loved.
Thank you. I love
Now,
what I do.
yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now then, next up we've got the fox. Is this any 30? Oh, I love the background and this sort of silhouetted. Just looking at it for myself for a moment. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Again, I want to get in there with beads. Quilt it first, but then get in there with beads and embellishments.
Yeah, lots and lots of embellishments.
And then look, you get your main panel, your main cushion front or picture front. Then you get all of these really cool squares that you could create patchwork from, and all of these appliques. And I love the fact too that the background colour on the flowers matches the background colour on the fox. And why is that important? Well, because most of us can't do such a neat job of cutting out.
Exactly.
So it blends.
It blends.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. If I pass this over, I wonder if you can show the detail that's been added. Oh, you mean the actual fox? Ah, beg your pardon. Right. I'm chancing it now. I'm pushing my luck. I don't like handling people's precious things.
They live here, so you can imagine the marks.
True enough. True enough. Thank you.
So this one is.
So what have you added to that, Delphine?
So all of this, I did free motion stitching all over the top. So those threads that you had on the other arrow, you know, those autumnal colours.
Yeah.
Those are the type. I actually bought a pack of those a couple of years ago, and that's what I used on this.
Oh.
So I used all the oranges and the yellows. But when you do this type of project, always start with the darkest colour first. So even though when you first do it, you're going to go, oh no, what have I done? Because you're starting with the really dark threads. But then by painting over it, just by going like that, forward and back in your sewing machine, drop your feed dogs, free motion foot on, and then going over it with the lighter threads, and then it just builds it up and it sort of covers up the darker thread, but you still get those colours coming through. So that's what I did with that one. And then I just did a little bit of straight stitching for the hills, and all of this is just really, really simple applique. But then picking up what you said, you know, these ones that are silhouetted onto the panel, I just echoed that a little bit around with some of the darker threads.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If you were a beginner, you know, confident on a sewing machine, but beginner level, especially to something like this, achievable? Achievable.
You just want to maybe miss out the free motion and just stay with just a simple applique. Yeah.
But you could hand applique as well.
But you can even just leave them as they are and just quilt the background. You don't, you know.
So you'd put some quilt batting?
Yeah, I always put batting behind them. Yeah. These have all got, there's no backing fabric, they don't need it. But I think these have all got 80-20.
Yeah.
On the
so
back.
Just 505 it to the back of the panel, quilt it, trim it down, frame it up.
That's it.
Beautiful.
That's all you need
this
to do.
Was demoed in June. Yeah, it was June this year. A lovely message there, which I'm hoping will come back, which kind of echoes what you just said actually, Delphine. Yeah, so I'm not hovering. Hi Delphine, your designs are fabulous. I have the Fox panel, but I'm scared I'll ruin it. When was the demo?
You won't ruin it, you'll be fine. Just depending on what your level of sewing is, just take it steady and just do it in little bits, but we'll just get another one, and if you go wrong, you can do it again.
Yes, by two.
You know?
7th of June, by the way, Hayley, 7th of June, if you want a demo this year. Gorgeous. Another message. I love Delphine's project, and she's so gorgeous with her creative inspiration. Really enjoyed the conversations this morning too. That's from Kate in Merseyside.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice.
That.
Some nice, really lovely messages today.
It's been a lovely morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really, really lovely. Really nice day.
Chance to sort of celebrate lots of things, including creativity.
Well, I think some people don't, we're all creative, you know, whether you think, oh, you know, I couldn't draw my breath, or, you know, we are, as sewers, you know, we are very creative, and I think it should be something that should be celebrated as well.
Yeah.
You know, just
And being brave.
making things pretty and just
Yeah.
you know, and giving something a go, regardless of what your skill level is. What's the worst? No one's going to die doing this, you know. But you might find a new skill or something that you've never done before, your new passion. Like, you know, that's why I try and do loads of different types of projects, because you know, it's just to get people out of their comfort zones, just to try something new. Because what's the worst that's going to happen?
Well, it's who you are, quite clearly from our
unpick
conversations
it.
this morning. You're somebody who likes to take themselves out of their comfort zone, and just so on a regular basis,
and see what you can do, see what you can achieve, and you know, because you never know. You know, I never knew when I started sewing that I'd be doing it for a living on the telly. You know, it's just
leap of faith.
Yeah.
And here you are,
anyway,
on the telly.
I know, it's crazy.
On the telly box.
It's crazy. I don't really notice it, because I just come in and do it, and then I'm home to the boys and kids and stuff. But it's only really like, is when I see people at like Festival of Quilts, so they know who you are.
That's right.
It's only then it's like, actually, this is real.
Yeah.
You know?
And you think of all the homes that have got your projects in them, and that people have spent hours, weeks, months working on and enjoying.
Yeah, and the people coming up to me at festival, and one lady, she brought her the fox quilt in with her. And just for me to sign, that was like so touching, and people showing me what they've made from my stuff. You must feel the same way, you know.
It's an incredible honour,
isn't it?
It really is.
It's just so keep making our stuff, but try new things, because you never know.
I'm just going to say guinea pigs, Delphine. Guinea pigs. That's what you've got to do. I'll take you out your comfort zone. No, it's true. It's true. I love it. Okay, so the magical Mr. Fox details are on screen. And like Delphine said, go out your comfort zone, give it a go, be creative, trust the process, and don't just do that first line of stitching and think, because you said exactly that, didn't you? When you put that first dark stitching on the fox, you think, what have I done?
Exactly, and just build up the colours. Remember, I've said it loads of times, that light paint will always stick to dark paint. That's exactly the same with thread.
That's such brilliant thing. Something really brilliant to remember. Thank you. Okay, good. Now then, that panel, do check out. Very, very busy for that. Now, we launched a brand new Delphine this morning, didn't we? The cockerel, which is hanging behind you. Various different variations that you can make. The one that's hanging behind Delphine is using the base panel on its own, and then it is teamed with a K-Facet design roll, which is called Mars. Now you can buy the panel on its own. It's $11.99, and details are on screen right now. You've got the printed cockerel on a printed mock patchwork background, which is cool. Then you've got the guide along the bottom with different colours just there to show you, you know, the darkest is a dark brown, the mid is a mid brown, there's orange and so on. But if you want to sort of add your own, if you like, fantasy colours, just think about how you're going to allocate that really deep purple or that vibrant orange. What is that going to replace? And don't be afraid, if you've got a bit of extra fabric, to cut some extra pieces and have a bit of a play first and foremost. Okay, so you can do your panel. We've got the cave strip roll as well. It is Mars and features lots of beautiful hot pinks, burgundies, purples. There is a little bit of green in there as well, a little bit of lime chartreuse green that just kind of lifts the whole thing and adds a little bit of contrast. Love that. And then all those lovely hot pinks. This is the one that Delphine's used. Now, question from Pauline, who's in Rutland. Hi everyone. When using the panels, is it better to put on the batting before doing anything?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Brilliant point.
Yeah, and press really well and pin the corners and then go. Yeah.
And then start cutting out bits and
then start. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. And then when you stitch through the fabric as well, you're appliquing and quilting at the same time.
Exactly.
2 for 1.
Saving time.
Love it.
Yeah.
Appliquilt.
We're all for that, aren't we?
Yeah, love it. Yeah,
Life's busy.
Yeah.
You
and
know.
it gives great dimension as well.
It does, and it gives it a really nice structure. Yeah.
Perfect. So that was a brilliant point to make, actually. Thanks for that. Now we've got the bright panel that Delphine has used, which ends 58, which has gone walkabout, ending 58. Oh, I've got it right here. It didn't go walkabouts at all. You know, I definitely look, in the sense of looking for things, like a man. You know that? Well, have you really looked? Yes, I've really looked. It's not in the drawer. It's in the drawer. Yeah, I look like that. So on the brights, you get the panel. You get all of the individual fabrics that you'll need to create the cockerel as well. But don't be afraid to supplement with bits and bobs of your own. We've actually got your version that you're working on. This is with the brights.
Yeah, and I'm sort of changing it as I'm going along.
Yeah.
So forgive that it is very, very different. So this was all with the brights, but then what I've done a section here that you can just about see that I've actually done confetti quilting on that. So if you covered it all in that, in using batik and confetti quilting, it's going to look absolutely wicked, but it also looks really cool with just the applique here, and that's using all the bright colours. There's a key at the bottom that you can follow, or you can go off and do your own version. It's just there as a bit of a guide to help you, that's all.
It's fab. It's fab. And you could take sections. I mean, I've done needlepoint where perhaps the body of the person or the animal is in gross point, the larger stitches, and then the face is done in putty point, so like, you know, much smaller stitches. And you could do that with the cockerel, couldn't you? Do maybe the face, the head in confetti.
Yeah, yes, loads of different ways you can do it, and covered it in embroidery, you can quilt it, you can bead it, you can do anything.
Yeah,
so
like faceted stones or things like that, maybe on the eye to create the eye.
Lovely, I love those. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
So many lovely things to do. This is why I'm such a big fan of panels, because done as they are, just as they're meant, look superb, but as a springboard to your creativity, a bit like Sandra's stencils this morning. They're a framework. They're a scaffold for you to build your creativity on. And
it's also, if you're new to plique or you're new to a collage or something like that, then just by putting your toe in the water, by having a go at something like this, because you never know what other skills you're going to learn from it.
And being successful.
And you're going to get this result.
Yeah, you do.
You know you're going to get that result.
Yeah.
It's not like having a pattern and cut it up and go hope for the best, off you go. It's like you will achieve this.
Yeah.
Because there's no other way. It's not going to be anything else.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Yeah. Delphine, I've had such a lovely morning with you.
It's been really lovely. Thank you for your messages as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been lovely.
Thank you. When are you back?
Next week, but only for a quick one.
Oh, when next week?
15th.
Is that Wednesday?
I don't know when the 15th is. I
think
don't even know what today is.
I might miss you. I'm here Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh, and Saturday.
And Saturday. Huzzah! We'll be back together.
So, I'll tell you about that one in a minute.
Okay. Yeah. Don't forget to text me that your son got back home from school.
Oh.
Well, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Oh, my Charlie.
It's just that letting go a little bit, maybe.
It is. It's hard, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know. First time Mrs. Mills went outside on her own, I was absolutely, I was a bag of nerves. I was a bag of nerves. That's all I can relate it to. Thanks, Delphine. Lots of love. All right, we've got the menu to look at. Menu for tomorrow. First of all, at 8 a.m, it's me again, I'm afraid. Fabulous fabrics. At 9 a.m, the Holly Walk handbag. I don't know why I did such a grand, I think it was because I was thinking Hollywood, but it's the Holly Walk handbag with Lucy Pixley. And then at 10 o'clock, essential bag making supplies. At 11 o'clock, Lucy's back with so pretty, so mindful patterns. And then at 12 o'clock, quilt kits with capital letters, savings, which we love. Now, just want to remind you that yesterday there was a fabulous deal on the UX8 sewing machine from Juki. Adam Brooks has one, I have one. Amazing machines, over £500 worth of extras thrown in as well. We've got one left. So if you fancy getting yourself a real treat, and it is a real treat, have a look at that on the website. Now then, are we doing the menu for Hobby Maker? I do know, I can tell you without even looking at it, that at 1 o'clock it's Sandra Rushton from Santangle is on. That's not this afternoon's menu. No. I can also tell you at 2 o'clock is I know what the menu is for today, more or less. At 2 o'clock, Auntie Pauline Wheeler is there with her very, very first ever range of stamps that she has designed and manufactured and brought to Hobby Maker. That's at 2. At 3 o'clock, Sandra Rushton's back with more Santangle. At 4 o'clock, possibly 5 o'clock, it's Pauline Wheeler again. So just a fabulous afternoon. Stick around, you'll love it. And I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8 o'clock. Make sure you get a good night's sleep, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.